and welcome. All right, Wrench Army members, it took a while to get here, but we're here. And the heck is wrong with my shirt? It's like I picked out like the shirt that was like all balled up and thrown in the corner of the closet. And I was like, this will be fine for the stream. What the heck? It's all wrinkly. But you know what, guys? It is Saturday. So you lucky you ain't caught me in my pajamas still, because usually at this time, I am still in my pajamas. No shame in that. All right, so this is as good as it gets for a Saturday stream. So let's see what I got going on here. And, oh, a little buddy is trying to get into the shop, but she is going to mow everything down. So give me a second. I'm going to close the door off to her so she can only wonder about what we're doing in here. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. You'll see me kind of, or hear me kind of trampling around as I get to the door. There we go. A little bit of housekeeping before we get started. It's a Saturday, so we're not very organized today. But I posted pictures of this in the non-base coated form, except for the one picture that I did post that I started base coating, and you saw that the black just kept sucking through and sucking through. But luckily, look at that. One more coat. I'm gonna hide my face, so this will focus on the beauteous castle. And we have a nice castle. So I base coated our little huts in brown, and base coated some of the stonework in white, and then the purple stonework in black. And the reason for that is that I think I'm going to go for different stone effects. We haven't really done that except with the Frankenstein castle. We did a certain stone effect for the castle itself and then another for the cliffs. But we're going to combine into a multi-stone type of situation. So, of course, David Beck is here and he is ready for some paint dryage. Yes, that's going to be the name of the game. We're going to be doing some dry brushing, some wet washing, and of course with the wet washing, that'll be the last step. And we'll let that dry, and then we'll see if we need to, do a little more dry brushing in case we went too dark on the castle. So if you guys already saw the front of this, now if you remember kind of in this area, we had made this like little hut thing, for our wizard. But as I began to stone down the tower, I'm like, man, this seems kind of like a wimpy little entrance, to our situation here. And I'm like, yeah, we need something more grandiose, maybe to match the size of our huts here. So I did come up with something a little bit bigger, and that's why you see this open area right here for two reasons. One, this is our mounting screw. So I want a hut that is removable via magnets. So in case we need to pop this off, I can access that screw. And on the back here, I made a makeshift shelf, and I'll put a piece of like wood here where our dragon's butt is gonna sit on. But also conveniently, you can see that I can access the other screw. So that way we can pop this off in case anything needs fixing. And this is a Rachel project, so the chances are high that somewhere down the line we'll need some fixing here. So the idea is the black stone to paint it kind of similar to what we did with the Frankenstein castle. The reason being is that this is on a very like earthy type of base. And I'm not going to worry too much about getting paint on this area because we're going to cover it with moss and other fantasy foliage, if you will. So we're not going to worry too much about this, but I do love kind of the bark look to this. And so I didn't want to go too Camelot with this castle, although we are going to have some of those elements. I wanted this to look very earthy, brown, have vines, maybe even like little flowers kind of growing from it in the midst of the battle, maybe even have kind of a tree that comes out of it. I thought that might be cool too. And maybe it can be half burnt or something like that. So the black stones will be very earthy. And then the white stones, because they are made from from the foam core board. They look very different. They can be more of the gray castle stones we're used to. And if you look back at our towers right here, you can see that the castle on the right, that's kind of the castle where we drew most of our inspiration. I love the huts from it, so I'm like, I'm stealing me those huts for our tower. And you can see that the stonework is very gray, it's very flat, not much detail. This would have been a perfect candidate for mass producing a bunch of rectangles and then sticking them in a coffee can with real rocks, shaking them, getting a little bit of texture, and then gluing them back on for that effect. But I kind of liked the castle on the left. I just like the stonework. It's a lot more, I can envision moss and flowers kind of growing in or growing out from all the cracks in between the stones. So that's why I switched from the foam core board to the insulation foam, which is that purple stuff, because when you carve into it, it can hold detail a lot better. So foam core board for things where you don't need a ton of detail or you have to mass produce. Say you're doing this huge miniature, probably foam core board would help you a lot. You definitely don't want to brick up a giant thing. Like, honestly, this is probably the limit in size of what I would have done with individual bricking. Anything bigger than that, then I probably would have done the mass production level, or wrap it in foam core board and just draw in the rocks like we did with our Frankenstein castle. Our Frankenstein castle was meant to be viewed from far away, you know, the viewer. That's why we went with just foam core board and drawing in the rocks. Now, this is something that people are going to approach close. You know, it's a battle. It's happening right here. So, you know, you want some of the detail there. So for today, we are going to be switching between this camera and this one. Now, I know in the past we've had kind of the table cam with the webcam. It just goes in and out of focus too much. So there's going to be a lot of like tilting of the castle and painting this way. So I say we get started, people, because we have 3 different surfaces to paint. We have the black, the white, and the little brown huts. So, and then we're going to add more to this, like support beams and stuff, just like the one on the right has. But I figure leave that off for now so we can access all the rocks, you know, and then I'll go ahead and pop the dragon on here and we can finish building the chamber that's going to house our electronics. And that chamber might kind of come out to here and have some kind of magnetic door that I can pop off and then, you know, do what we need to do with our electronics. And this white type of stone texture that we're going to be doing is a lot easier to recreate, you know, on a future foam project if we decide to add on. Whereas the color, you know, scheme for the black rocks, it's more mixing of colors. So I'd rather just get it done in one shot for this one. All right, and Dave is saying wrinkly golden pirates is formal compared to PJs, although less comfortable. Yeah, probably, you know, little flannel PJs. We have to have like a slumber party type of stream, you know, one night and just do like a slumber party type of build. And Dave is saying, ooh, maybe the tree to assist in dragon butt supportage. That's one of the things I was thinking. So I kind of made this tower here to transition into some kind of castle box, you know, to hold our electronics. But here, to brace these 2 points, I was thinking of either making another little platform with toothpicks like this, or some kind of natural looking tree type of thing that has kind of overgrown. So, you know, either way, I think we can find something for the dragon. So after this gets painted, washed, looking the way we want, we're going to attach the dragon, and it'll at least have some support to hold it temporarily in place while we then build the rest of this out for it. Because one of the things I want to do is put together our PCB board with our electronics to even see how far we can shrink this thing. The biggest thing on that is that heat sink. And once we have a size, then we can build something around it. So let's get started with the black portion, because that's the one that's going to take the most time. And so a lot of it is going to sound familiar from the Castle Frankenstein, although we're going to go a little more like brownie, a little more pops of color. So we added some pops of color for the Frankenstein, but then we muted and blended it a lot with our final dry brushing. but this time we're gonna let the colors pop a little bit more. So I did write notes for myself because I had some ideas of colors I wanted to use. So you'll see me frequently consulting my notes here. So we're gonna start with kind of a medium tan. We're gonna start to brown this up. And you can see I have two different palettes here. The old dollar store palette, which I like because it's got the little, you know, it's got the little cubby holes. And you can see it's quite painted by now. It is clean, but you know, it's gone through quite a few projects. So I think we should be proud. And then I have the official Bob Ross giant palette, bigger than the size of my head. So that's how you know you got your Bob Ross on, you know, when the thing is bigger than your head. So this will be good for mixing big quantities of color in case we need to go there. And this is courtesy of our very own Dave Beck. Check this out. I'm like officially Bob Ross now, not dollar store painter. Although we'll keep this because it's got its uses. You know, it's got its uses. All right, so let's pick some of our browns. We want like a medium brown. So I'm looking at something like maybe a raw sienna like this. I want to start pulling out some browns that I think would be good contenders. Maybe a raw umber. Yes. And so these are kind of dark, you know, and we're going to mix it up to lighten it up a bit. And let's see what our raw sienna looks like. See, that's very more yellowy orange. Yeah, more orangey. So perhaps mixing these two together. And we have our bone in case we need to really lighten it up a bit. And for now, I'm avoiding white. You know, we're going to stick with white on the white portions. But for now, I think we can avoid that. So let's start mixing and see kind of what we get. I don't know, people. So the objective is like a medium earthy brown. Let's see if we can get something that approximates that. So first I'm just going to move this kind of over here so we can kind of make our judgments together. And not going to need scissors for this, but I probably will need my eyeballs for this once we get painting. So let me make sure that they're clean so I'm not painting all up the wrong stuff. I'll be like, it looks great, guys. You'll be like, put your glasses on or clean them or something because it don't look pretty. All right, so let's see. That's a nice brown. We have that. And let me bring you guys in close into the action. Whoop, wrong way. There we go. And I'm going to put a little bit of this raw sienna, not so much. And I'm separating out the paints we use, and then I end up rewatching this whole thing so I can make a shopping list for you guys. And this time I did not forget my little dollar store stirs. You know, you want to try and avoid using your brush for this because then the color works its way all the way up to the base of the brush. And so when you go use it for real, well, you always get a little bit of unmixed color on your piece and you're like, darn, then you have to try and like blend it in. So by blending the darker brown and a little bit of that orangey type brown, we're getting more of a medium earthy tone here. And I want to brighten it up just a bit because we have to remember that paint dries a little darker. And we learned this with the Frankenstein castle. I painted a color that I thought I really liked, and by the time it dried, it barely stood out against the black. And then we had to overbrush it all over again. So don't want to make that mistake. We learned our lesson from that. And so this is looking like a good medium brown to me. It's a hot chocolate brown, you know, so it's not too dark. It's not like a Hershey's chocolate, but it's more like a hot chocolate brown. That's the official name of this brown that we're going to use. All right, so I'm going to try and tap all this off. And what brush are we going to use? We want to use a brush that's going to give us some nice broad strokes because we don't want to go into like the pores and things like that. We just want to like lightly graze the top. And for that, I like using usually these like flat style brushes. So that's kind of like a good size. It'd be nice to get something a little bit bigger, you know, maybe something like that. Yeah, I think we'll alternate between these two. And I'm going to put these here. So we know that these are the 3 colors here that we're using. So in case I need to mix any more up. So the first thing I want to do is use the paint that's right on here. And so the idea is, let me set myself up for you guys. Oh no, don't roll in. And yes, it rolled into the paint. And I got no paper towels. That's my Saturday preparation. So instead, I'm going to use this brush, and I'm going to start with the paint that's right on this brush. There we go. No paint goes wasted. All right, so I'm going to switch you guys to the other view as we do this in this kind of weird position. But heck, I think it'll work. I think it'll work. All right, you guys are nicely zoomed in. Now, one of the things you're going to notice if you look real close is you do see some like little purples popping through. Like they didn't get quite blacked. Blackified. And that's normal. You can sit here and try and jab your brush into these tiny, tiny crevices, and you're not going to have much success. All you're going to do is build up a bunch of layers of paint and obliterate all your detail. So the way we're going to tackle these little tiny specks of deep purple is when we add our wash, because that is just gonna go into every pore. So that should take care of that. It did a really good job on our Frankenstein castle. So all I'm gonna do is, you guys are kind of like used to it. And you know what? I will have to get a paper towel because we're gonna be doing a lot of dry brushing. But for this portion, we're going to be doing over brushing, which is kind of like a step above dry brushing, but not full on like soaking it up. And so I'm going to hold the brush kind of parallel to the piece, not paint like this, but paint like this. And most of my rock textures are going in this direction. So I'm actually going to drag the brush either up or down to start, and we'll see kind of how that looks. And we're going to do, I would say, somewhat individual stones, but you can already see a little bit of brown there, picking up the high portions. So you can see all the work that we went and did on the stones. Hopefully we can highlight it all, because that was a ton of work. So in a bit, I'll grab a paper towel, but for now, we're just going to overbrush, which does not require a paper towel. And we're probably going to have to do 2 coats of this overbrushing. And usually I like to start very conservatively. With just a very little paint, and then you start seeing me get a little bit brave. Sometimes you'll be like, careful, Rachel, and you'll notice that purposely I'm starting on the side where the dragon is going to be. A lot of this is going to be covered up. So this is kind of like a good testing ground for us to figure out if our shade of brown, our hot chocolate brown is what we want. And if I were to say, I probably mixed in 75%, I would say 60 to oh, see, I just oops there, because I'm sitting there chatting with you guys. I probably, so that's going to be a very dark stone, but once we over or dry brush it with the lighter color, then the details will come out. So what I'm going to do is just wipe as much of the paint off the brush as I can, and I'm going to go in there and dig that paint out. So that way the little raised ridges are still paintable in future steps. So I'm going to try and talk and actually pay attention to what I'm doing. So I mixed in about 60 to 70% of the darker brown, which is our raw umber. And then I would say, the 40% raw sienna, and then just a dab of the bone. Not the white, but the bone. White we're not going to use till we get to the actual white sections. So all I'm doing on the larger not glass palette, but the acrylic palette, is picking up the paint and then wiping a good deal of it off. But not with a paper towel, because that wipes too much off. That's for dry brushing. So Dave is saying that from the camera's perspective, the brown is looking very light brown. It is, actually, even on my monitor. So I don't know. I went lighter with this brown than for Frankenstein's castle. So I'm sitting here being like, oh, we're going to need like 2 coats. I don't know, people. And I'm beginning to get a little brave and paint it on a little more thick, which is what you want. You know, I was kind of like a hair above dry brushing. You know, you need to be a little more than a hair. You need to be another step above dry brushing. So, and then sometimes you just can't reach the space. So you do have to kind of do this type of business. Even though I said keep the brush doing perpendicularly to the rock. Sometimes you can't appease everybody. Can't appease all the rocks. And so what'll happen is this looks pretty bright. It'll start to kind of blend more in with the black. And then Dave was saying that the pink is white in the viewer's perspective. So you're going to get a mix of pink and white, because one of the things that after the fact, of course, you know, like I'm going to Monday morning quarterback this one. One of the things I should have done before putting the rocks on is spray paint the PVC pipe black. So what you're seeing is where the rocks don't quite meet up, the gaps between the rocks are white. Now, for the most part, I was able to stick my brush in there and paint it black. But some of the little, like that one right there, the crevice is so tiny, I couldn't get any type of paintbrush in there. I tried like Q-tips, everything. Couldn't do it, even a toothpick. And the toothpick, it's in there, but it's not great at spreading paint. So that did kind of a whole bunch of nothing for me. So again, next time, yeah, probably should have painted the PVC pipe first. But that should be taken care of with our acrylic wash that we add later. Also, this is the first side that I rocked, and I realized this. I'm like, I need to start tucking these rocks in a little tighter and cutting up smaller pieces of rock to put, you know, in the crevices. So when we go back to the other side of the castle, or go there since we haven't been there yet, so we ain't going back there, we're going to revisit it for the first time, you'll notice that the rocks are packed in way, way tighter. So here I'm beginning to get more and more progressively brave with our paint. And hopefully you guys can see some of the rocky details that we did with our blunt blades, kind of dragging it perpendicular, you know, non-cutting sideways through the rock, making just tears that really didn't look like anything to the naked eye until you paint them, and then those tears start to kind of take shape, look like a rock. And one of the things you'll notice is, look at this right here, all this. Wow. Oh, excuse me, it's dusty in here. You'll notice, remember we tried to we took the rock all the way down to kind of test how far we could go in terms of width and things. Well, because we did this on the side of the dragon, I was like, uh-oh, that's going to obliterate our access point. So I changed my mind and I removed the rocks that we painstakingly put in. Luckily, this didn't damage any of the rocks, so I was easily able to move them to another side of the castle. So I'm taking a look here to see if I kind of like what I'm seeing, and I think so. I'm going to go a little heavier with this overbrush here. I'm getting braver now. Usually I start off chicken, but now what's a step above chicken? Turkey? I don't know. Turkey, it's got to be a farm animal. Either a turkey or a cow. I'm getting one of them animal brave levels. Probably should have mixed up more paint. So I'm just going to hit these up again because you can see a difference. Like, this almost looks black again, you know? And if you go over here, there's a couple stones that are still more brownified. So Dave is asking, are the spots in the rocks pink? That is what I'm seeing as white spots. Yes. So the spots that I couldn't reach inside, deep inside the foam, should be pink. And those may be appearing to you as white because of the lights. It might be over drowning the color and it's appearing as white. And then there are spots between the rocks, which, it's a white PVC. So I'm going to imagine those are also appearing as white. So you guys are probably seeing a whole bunch of like white speckles. And the idea is that we could have reduced some of those white speckles had I painted the PVC pipe black before putting the stones on. So we're just going to have extra specklage, which I suspect is going to be taken care of as soon as we do our acrylic wash as the very last step of this project, or this paint job. So I'm going to leave these kind of bare areas here white for now till we kind of figure out what we're going to build there. But this second coat is already looking pretty good. And yeah, I guess I was right about the second coat. I doubted myself. I said, nope, here I am, jumping the gun, thinking we're going to need a second coat. And then I said, no, we're not going to need a second coat. And then look, it dries very dark. And it turns out, yeah, probably a good idea to add a second coat. Ooh, I got my white. I'll have to re-white him before we start that section. There we go. So get him nice and brown. And now we can move on to the bottom and the other side. All right. All right, so the comment after the brown on the black looks much darker. You're rocky, your rocks rock. Nice. And then the comment after that, it looks like YouTube like flagged for whatever reason. So if it was a different comment, try posting it again and just using different words. Sometimes YouTube like will block the weirdest stuff. Oh, and I noticed they block like when you put a ton of emojis. It's like, why do people not like emojis? I like emojis. You know, sometimes it's the best way to express yourself. So let's see here. Now we really see the difference between the black and the brown, which is exactly what we want. This is looking very, very good. I'm happy with the brown. We kind of nailed this brown on the first try. I remember with the Frankenstein castle, oh, we did not. We had to redo this process all over again. Redo the process. You guys know what I mean. And so I'm going to try and be careful around the white, but I'm not going to lie, I might nick it. So we might have to kind of re-white stuff. And also I noticed when you look at it from this angle, you see, look at that, you see a lot more of that white where the stones are not quite tucked in. But we're going to have a lot of the support beams coming down and our acrylic wash should fill all that stuff in. So all is not lost here. But even if it doesn't do that great of a job, the castle is viewed like this. And when you view it, you know, the way it's supposed to be viewed, you don't see any of those specks or anything like that. I believe it's just the way you paint it, you know, like I painted it the way you view it. So of course you cover all the areas that you have to from what you see. And then I noticed when I started looking at from different angles, like from the bottom like this, you know, you start seeing, look at some of the purple, or maybe you guys are seeing it as white, you know, like right there. Only because when you're painting, you're not painting upside down, you know? So I tried to be sure to turn the castle into different angles to try and get as much of the purple as possible. But it's not always possible to reach all the tiny little crevices. But this front-facing view, I did a much better job of packing everything in. Oh, I typoed the word black is block. Oh, yeah. I read right over it. I knew what you meant. Oh, and I put a chicken leg in response to your chicken sound. Well, yeah, we need some kind of like emojis to go with the sound effects, you know? So yeah, YouTube, chill out. Chill out. Don't be hating on my emojis. And I'm trying to get these little guys up in here, up in that corner, as best I could. Probably good that I'm painting it this way because I'm getting a lot of the nooks and crannies that you normally don't get when you're painting it upright. But when we acrylic wash it, I'm going to acrylic wash it upright because it's supposed to mimic the natural grime that comes down with rain and all that on your castle. So you want that to kind of be painted in a way that would accumulate in real life. So you can see there, and you can see that only the raised areas are picking up the brown. The very recessed areas are remaining black. And I think it'll be cool once we add like moss. I have so much leftover moss from our Frankenstein project, so that'll be cool. Now, some of the rocks have the texture going vertically, so, and some of them have them going horizontally. So I'm trying to like change the brush angle as I move down for each rock to best highlight its features. Like this one, I kind of did it vertically, so I'm going to go horizontal on it. And so you see some little teeth come out on there. Some teeths, you know, with an F, come out. So I'm going to go back over this kind of section, and I'm kind of painting section by section so I don't get lost in this whole thing, which is very easy to do. And one of the challenges too is when you have rocks that are all protruding at different, protrusions. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's a little more challenging to paint. But guys, I'm so glad we did this. I can't tell you how many times I almost gave up on the whole, I'm going to like custom carve individual rocks. I mean, it sounds like a great idea until you start to do it. And you're like, day 75, I haven't eaten or slept. I think I'm hallucinating. I kind of had that moment with the dragon. We worked our tail butts off on that dragon, but it was so worth it. This has been like a long project, but when you think about it, it's a lot of projects in one. We got clay model making, which who knew we take it that far. Somebody's throwing something away. I hear it right outside my garage door. Do you guys hear that? So if you hear like crazy sirens, well, today is the Saturday that Santa Claus, the firehouse Santa Claus, comes out. And so they come up and down every single street with Santa riding the fire truck, and everybody runs out and stuff. So I've been hearing it all morning, just like in neighboring areas right around me, but hasn't come up our street yet. But I thought I heard a siren, so it's about to get real loud if Santa comes up the street. Maybe we should give Santa one of the ornaments we're making, so that way we can send him like a Christmas tune and all that, which I'm excited for that stream. We are going to become music producers. And Dave is saying, paint them teepees. That's what we're doing. Okay, now for this, I may have to cheat a little bit, and we're going to paint this ledge here, and I'm going to position this in a way that the camera likes to focus on what's closest to it. So I'm trying to remove the top of the tower as much as possible and paint that way. And I know my hand kind of causes the whole thing to blur out on you guys, so I'll remove my hand for you guys to take a brief second there to see what it ends up looking like. But guys, I'm pretty impressed by our handiwork. I'm not gonna lie. And all those behind the scenes streams that I subjected you guys to, like, guess what we're doing today? We're cutting like hundreds of little brick things. And it's like, wow, can we stick around for that? Like, not. But you guys did. You did. And Dave is saying, yep, it's garbage day for him too. We're normally on Wednesdays. Yeah, we're normally Wednesdays, but I think somebody was just throwing something out. In this development, we share driveways and things. So sometimes it's the neighbor tossing some of the garbage out. No! My white. I am going to have to do a little bit of touching up, which, you know, we figure is the case, just so we can keep moving along. Brush our little pedestal there. And you can see the bottom of the pedestal. I made sure to grab that. And no one is going to be looking down here. So I'm just going to do a quick kind of just on these rocks right here. A once over. Because with the dragon on there, oh, no one's going to be picking this thing up. You're going to like set it somewhere and never move it again. Because that dragon was a pain. He did sustain some injuries, but with a little bit of glue and epoxy, he's good as new. And so for our next clay project, if we end up having to make something out of clay, I'm going to try a different brand just to kind of see. I'm going to step it up to the more pro brand that people use. I was really happy with the brand that we used. I mean, for beginners, sometimes I find it beneficial not to go with the most expensive stuff. Like you really master, I think, how to use some kind of medium, just starting with like the beginner level stuff, because you really get an idea of how much you have to knead it, how far you can take it, you know, how thin you can make it. So I found it like really interesting with the one we were using. It you had to really knead it to get it going, because if you didn't, it was very, very difficult to shape. Whereas some of the higher end stuff, you barely have to knead. It just kind of takes shape easily, which is nice, you know, and it's great now that I have a much better understanding of clay, what the limitations are. For instance, one of the things I would have done differently with our clay model dragon is solder the wings to 100% maintain their shape. I tied them really well, really tightly, but at the end of the day, there's still some play there. And I think that's what caused now the dragon to have weak points, you know, and so we went ahead and glued those. But once he's anchored on here, well, he's not going to move. There's no, you know, it's not a moving piece. So he'll just kind of hang out with our lamp, so long as it doesn't fall on the floor. But in that case, I don't think any dragon would survive a fall to the floor, any clay dragon. So now that I'm getting braver, we're moving our way down the castle. And heck, I may not have to mix a batch. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I was talking a big game. And you can see some of the rocks are like up in here. So I'm trying to get brown on all of them while using the orientation. And although it's nice to kind of keep your brush flat, because of the base, it's not always possible. So you guys get an idea of, in optimal conditions, better ways to do things, but it's not always optimal. Actually, most of the times it's not optimal when we're building projects. So it's like, do as I say, not as I do. Because some of you would probably think of some of this stuff ahead of time, like painting the PVC pipe black. But we'll recover. We always do. Dave is saying, I like these sophisticated many string projects because it does involve learning many different things with problem solving. It is true. A lot of times when we've never done something before, you end up taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. You know, like we kind of did with the dragon, learning about how to do that. And, oh, we should have, you know, fortified the armature, so now we have to build a seat for him, you know, so not necessarily a step back, but, you know, some extra steps, and still coming out with a good build, I think, at the end of the day. So yeah, the Wrench Army exclusive streams, actually, the funny thing about them was that they're meant to be shorter, you know, like simple projects. Like this project, no doubt, was supposed to be, woo, we made a 555 timer, and oh look, you know, the plasma ball glows, and we got some cool plasma streamers and stuff. And okay, let's just pop it on a lamp, you know, like a cute little lamp or something. That was it. Like I could grab something at the a thrift store or something like that. We can pop it on there, maybe modify the lamp a little, paint it or something like that. That was supposed to be it. But then I was like, this is our chance to really, for people that are, obviously you guys are into more learning and more projects and trying to like go into territory that maybe neither of us are comfortable with, or perhaps some of you guys are way more comfortable with the subject matter than I am. Remember me with my chicken stick and the high voltage? I was like, I ain't getting near that thing. I'm gonna poke it with the stick. Yeah. Whereas maybe you guys would have been like, step aside, I got this, So to me, it's a great opportunity. Whereas like the people that come in, the regular viewers, like the public stream people, a lot of them are curious, just kind of want the overview of how to do stuff. So I try and do as much prep as possible, although it's not always possible. Sometimes you just got to have your paint dry moments. You try everything, but because we do projects that aren't, already done out there, there's no manual for it, it's not always possible to anticipate exactly how it's going to go. Sometimes it doesn't go so well. And so you try and anticipate the steps and do things ahead of time to kind of shorten the steps a little bit on the stream. But if you've never done the project before, you can kind of take an educated guess and do a couple things. But at the end of the day, there's probably going to be a couple oops surprises that you're going to run into. And it just takes a little time to sort out. But me, I've always been a process person. So say when I watch a YouTube video, I like watching things come together, or they fast forward or they skip over some really cool bits that I would have liked to see. So guys, I think that's looking pretty good. I mean, it might look a little gray to you guys, but it looks a little gray on screen to me, but to my eyeballs, we're getting a nice medium to dark brown tone, which is gonna dry brush with a bleach bone or a bone color really, really nicely. So we only have like this strip left to do. I think we've covered all the others. Yeah. And then if we want, we can do a very quick once over. And then we start moving into probably the more time consuming part, which is kind of highlighting individual stones to make them pop. Oh, the poppage, people. Get them to pop. And Dave is saying the results are fantastic. I think they're turning out fantastic. I'm going to agree with Dave. They're pretty cool. I'm up in here underneath our hut. Yeah, so this project has been art, electronics, or high voltage electronics too, foam and miniature making. What else we got in here? Painting, like special effects miniature painting. Because I know some of you have mentioned that you do miniature trains. And so now, if you're not already doing your own terrain, you don't have to buy it. Or you can buy a piece of terrain and customize it to your liking. So you can add cliffs, and you can just go over to a home improvement store and grab some of that pink insulation foam. Sometimes it's green, that works too. And start carving out your stones. You can do the easy version, which is a bunch of rectangles, and stick it in a coffee can, shake it up. Or you can do it the way I just did it, which you all witnessed, so it's probably not the greatest commercial for selling this style. It's like, yes, would you like to not sleep and just cut out little rocks over and over again? Have I got the project for you? But sometimes it's necessary. I think I had a look in my head that I was going for, and I was just not gonna rest until I got this look. So I think I would have been disappointed if I just, did the mass production style. Even though I came close sometimes, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. Because at the end of the day, sometimes you get into like, oh, woulda, shoulda, coulda, you know, type of language. Now, sometimes it's stuff that you didn't know any better. You whoops because you didn't know any better. But the worst is like when you look at the final thing and it could have been better and it was because of something you know how to do. You know, and you're like, oh, I just like lazed out. So that's the ones that I'm like, oh man. So the stones would have been something. The fact that I didn't paint the PVC pipe, that's a big beginner's mistake. So I'm not going to beat myself over that one. It's more the stuff like, oh, I should have known better. Actually, I know like this was going to happen. And I just was too lazy. Dave heard Ripley. I think it's because, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I could totally hear the sirens. They're getting closer. So I think she started putting a couple test barks out there to see if Santa would reply. Because she's been a good girl, and so has Eeyore, and so have Leota and Amicus. They're all getting like the lion's share of all the presents this year. So they should be happy. Bones, toys, it'll keep them busy. But yeah, it's tough having the Eeyore, not so much because he's lazy. But Ripley is young and full of energy. So she comes and just like knocks everything down. It's like, there goes the camera, there goes the lights. She's still like, and she may always be because she's just that personality, the bull in the china shop. It's just not a very delicate lady. But she's going to be 1 in January. So we'll see if she calms down. We don't care. We all love her just the same. You get your hyper kids and you get your more calm kids. You can't choose. All right. So, guys, that's looking good. And look, we only have a little bit more to go. I thought this browning was going to take a lot longer, but it's going at a nice pace, I should say. And doing it upright, you know what? One of the advantages is that you do see kind of the various angle crevices that you got to hit. So I'm kind of glad we ended up doing it this way. Oh yeah. So a couple more. And I'm not going to have to mix up any more paint, which is the best. Because I hate having to match up paint that I mixed and I didn't mix up enough. And then it's always like, oh, you know, maybe a little bit of a shade off. So you have one section of the castle just looking a little weird. But because we're going for kind of a non-uniform, earthy look, I think we'll be good. So I'm kind of looking forward to when we get to the point that we can flock this thing and start putting all the little miniature things on it, like little flowers and all that. So I've been slowly collecting that stuff. We didn't do that for the Castle Frankenstein because the Castle Frankenstein was supposed to look very dead, very, you know, the only thing that's living here are the things that Frankenstein himself creates. Everything else is a little dead. All right, guys, I'm just turning this over. Oh, we got to do the top portion right here. I forgot about that. We'll get to that. And I'm just kind of first making sure I didn't miss any, you know, obvious spots. And then if we do a quick with a, you know, maybe even a bigger brush, just like a quick once over to pop these colors a little bit more, we'll be done. And it'll give time for this to really dry, although, yeah, it's pretty dry. So I'm going to do like that and hold it from here. And let's start to do the same thing. And for this, I might have to Yeah, I'm just gonna butcher this. So let me get a smaller brush here. Let's see from my collection down here what I have going on. And I'm basically selecting for something that I won't butcher. Maybe, but something also flat enough. So I think this guy will be good. So we're probably gonna alternate between this guy and this little guy right here. And I need to get another set because these are looking a little frazzled. That's why I buy the really cheap kind for these projects. That way I don't feel bad like jabbing it into the crevices and holes and stuff like that, which kind of ruins the brush. But when they're cheap, you just buy another bag. They sell them by the bag. So I'm good with it. Right, I'm gonna go a little bit heavier. It's not chicken out. We've already kind of did our chicken portion. So now we can be brave. Go in with impunity. Now it sounds like the Santa Brigade has gotten further. So we might get through the stream without like a huge siren going off. Duck and cover. Although it's just Santa. And they throw out candy canes for the kids. So all the parents bring their kids out to the driveway and Santa tosses little treats. I should bring Ripley out and be like, she's a kid. Give me a candy cane, Santa. I've been extra good. All right, so I'm just going to cheat and get the top portion of that. And I'm going to like get my head all up in your guys' face here. I got to stand on my tippies for this. And I would love to do, it this way, but I'm going to butcher it. So I'm going to have to do it with the grain, which I won't press down too hard. There we go. You know, and again, once this is sitting like this, you know, you're not going to be looking at it from top or bottom. So I'm not too worried about that. And before we move on, I'm going to give it another once over since we're here. Actually, I'm going to let it dry and I'll give it a once over. And move on to the next one. And then I'm like, why did I cut so many windows? Now I'm having to paint them all. Could have made like one giant peekaboo window and then the rest just kind of like rocks. But no. This looks way cooler. And so we were able to kind of combine the inspirations between both of those towers, which I thought were really cool, into a master tower with all the best benefits, or at least the ones we like. Somebody else might have picked other features, but I think really the last big hurdle to try and figure out is getting the wizard balanced on that aluminum piece of armature wire. I don't think that's going to be that difficult. I think we drill a hole through the wizard and kind of like hot glue them on there. I think, I just kind of overdid that a little bit. I think the tough part is going to be wiring the LEDs and figuring out some kind of wire scheme for it. Because the wizard is going to kind of protrude over the base. He's not going to be hovering over the base area. He's going to be like off, which is going to look cool because it's really going to look like there's nothing holding him up. And so we'll have to figure out some kind of like wire layout, which I think will be easier to do once the dragon is on here and we kind of see where he's going to end up and where we can kind of funnel some wires and maybe make them look like vines, which I got an idea for that, using twine. And if you dye it, you know, basically put acrylic paint in water to water it down, you dye this twine in browns and in greens, browns and greens, you get some very cool vine effects. It looks like a vine. So I think we can do that in wrap and disguise. So that's kind of like my initial theory on how we're going to get this done. But we'll see. And then Dave is saying, add browning to the dictionary. Heck yeah. Ooh, where did that go? I know I rested it on something, but. Oh, man. I browned my white area there. We're going to have to do a little bit of touch-ups here. And acrylic tubes covered in vines might hide wires and support the mage. Yes. So the only thing with the acrylic tubes is that on the bottom, there's nothing to attach to. Because he's going to be like, if this is the thing, the way I position the dragon, he's going to be floating out here where my finger is. Or around here. Unless he's very close to the dragon. We'll figure it out. You might actually have a good idea because nothing says that the acrylic tubes have to just go up and down. They could go diagonally, all covered in vines and things like that. So I'm going to take that idea and stick it in my pocket because I think you might be onto something. I think I'm overthinking the situation, which is typical. So that's why I got you guys to be like, here's a much easier way to go about this. All right. This is the part that takes the longest, these little window things. Ugh. Curse you, windows. But I can't help it. You look so good. Look at all these little rocks I cut. I'm like patting myself imaginarily on my back for sticking with it. The worst is when you put it which happens, listen, we all try and sometimes it just doesn't work out. The worst is when you put a ton of time into something and it just doesn't turn out the way you thought it would. And to me, I've just gotten the mindset of like, as long as you learn something and you come out better on the other end for it, then it's worth it. But it's still kind of disappointing, I'm not gonna lie, when you work so hard. I'm just kind of getting these little, I think I forgot a couple of these stones. That one's done, that one's done. Yeah, so we're going to have to touch up a little bit. How many more do we have? Oh, okay, so that one's done. So we have 1, 2, 3. All right, we can rock this. We can rock this. So then there's another idea with the acrylic tubes. Maybe heat the tube and bend it. Ooh, we can probably do that. They're so thin that I think that they would be very, very easy to bend. So that's one thing we definitely have on our side. And we should use it. We should use it and make our lives way less difficult. Instead of saying, like I typically do, here's a very easy solution. Nah, we're not gonna use it. Let's just do this impossible thing that I'm talking about. And then, whoops, should have done it your way. All right, I don't know if you guys can hear the sirens yet. Dave said you said it before I could type it. Yes, the psychic. It's like, I know where you were going with it. All right. And so we're second to the last, people. We're burning through this. Our little keystones. I started getting braver with the keystones as I went cutting them. So you'll notice some of them are very protruding, very detail-y, and then others are kind of like blah. The very first ones were kind of blah. But yeah, so far, we're still working through the foam I bought for the Frankenstein castle. I bought 2 foam core boards at the dollar store. So all in all, I would say each project cost us 50 cents, even though we did use primarily the foam core board for the Castle Frankenstein. So we'll say that Castle Frankenstein cost 60 cents and this cost 40 cents. And the insulation, I actually had something delivered to me that came all padded up in this insulation. And I was like, yoink, thank you. Some free insulation for projects. I don't throw that stuff out. The other thing I also don't throw out is the brown paper type of stuffing. I like to keep that too. I always find that useful for padding or spacing or just mocking up. So, but it comes a point where you have so much that you kind of do have to get rid of it. Like I hate to say, I just threw out a bunch or recycled a whole bunch not that long ago because I just ran out of room to keep it. And I'm like, oh, this will save me time and money. But I need the space. And I think that's like the worst, like for people who like to make stuff. Because there's so many cool, like when you order something and it comes in a decorative box, sometimes the box is like a cool little piece of woodworking and you're like, man, this would make like a great little electronics box. I'm always thinking about what we can use it for. And then I start accumulating them. And then if I don't get around to a project that uses them, eventually I got to get rid of them because I need room for actual materials that I'm about to use for a project. But yeah, like little watch boxes, things like that. They have these cool sliding doors and they're wooden and they're real nice. Like that little jewelry box I found at Michael's. You know, I had a box that would have completely served our purposes for the phone, but I tossed it. So I had to go to Michael's and buy another one. So you do the best you can do, I guess. There we go. And I think, oh, guys, I think that's it. Oh, yeah. Now that we have this dry, I'm going to take a much larger brush and let's maybe something like this. Something like this. And let's just kind of, you know, do a once over real quick just to kind of highlight. And so I'm just doing a bit of over brushing here. Another layer of highlight. And we should be good to go. Yeah. Laying it kind of strong, and I'm focusing it more on the front of our good side of the castle that is going to be seen. And then I can always add a little bit more to the back. And I'm going to have to cheat a little bit, kind of turn this guy just to get this area right there. And yeah, we're going to have to do a little bit of touch-ups to my white areas. And I think we still have to get this channel right here a little bit. Ooh, the paint is beginning to goop up on me. It's been sitting out too long, but that's okay. We're almost done. Hang in there, paint. We're almost done. And I think I got this channel here, and just gonna do kind of these little rocks here. All right. See if I can highlight a couple of these. And David's saying, maybe put sand inside the tube, heat it, bend it, and then wash the sand out. The acrylic tube? I think the acrylic tube is solid. There's no hole to put sand. I'll have to double check, but I don't recall. I mean, they're really, really skinny. Like, the diameter of like maybe this, probably smaller than that. And I don't recall there being like a hole in the tube to be able to do that. Although I will say that suggestion for the Frankenstein was a lifesaver. I did exactly what you guys said and put the sand inside the tube and was able to bend it with no, ooh, look, that's all black. I totally didn't even hit that area. We have such little paint left. There we go. I just hit it kind of hard because here we're going to put our roof on. And so once we do, we're not going to see too much of what's going on there. I wanted to get the dragon on here first to see like what, something tells me this is not going to get much of a roof at all because his little head pokes right here. So I think I'm going to like crumble a lot of just toothpicks or even do our TV dinner boxes like the way we were cutting teeth to make roof lines. So I think I'll end up doing that. So I think I'm liking where this is at. Like you can definitely see now the texture in the rock because we painted all the raised areas. All those very deep down sunken areas are still black. So, and David's saying, I thought they were tubes. You know what? You might be right. I haven't looked at them in quite some time and I might be remembering the wrong part. That is so, a Rachel thing to do. I might be remembering the wrong acrylic part. So all I'm going to do now is prep for the next step, which is paper towels and some more water, but mostly paper towels. So I will be right back because that's the one item that I forgot. So I'm going to put you guys on a quick jam and intermission and I'll see you soon. I'm back with our paper towels. So let's see here. Let me get hydrated. There we go. Somebody put this on real tight. Thou shalt not drink water. All right. So next step now is much like we did with our Castle Frankenstein. And this is the part that's going to take the longest. After that, it'll pretty much move. But we're going to pick out individual stones and colorize them slightly different. And the reason for that is that earthy, if you ever like hike in the woods, you'll see that rocks are not all gray. One of the reasons we didn't even paint this tower gray. There's a lot of browns, reds, and even greens from moss growing inside these rocks. So we're going to kind of like mimic that a lot like what we did with the Castle Frankenstein except those rocks were a lot more flat. We're going to kind of do more hints and do a little bit more with this castle to kind of push it and make it a little more colorful, you know, colorful rocks, because after all, it's a fantasy scene. So for this, let me, ooh, the new paper towel, you got to find where the seam is. And I think, there we go. So I'm going to wash this guy here. And so I have to remember which red Solo cup is for washing and which is for acrylic. And so I even have kind of like this stippling brush, which most likely we're going to use for our acrylic wash at the very end. And again, if the acrylic wash makes everything go too dark, then the way to remedy that is to take your bone color. And then once it's all dry, do another just light dry brushing. And that kind of brings all your features back out again. So I found that I had to do that with the Castle Frankenstein. So for reference, let me see if I can go grab that. I'm just going to wander over here and grab our Castle Frankenstein for us to take a quick peek at what we did. I kind of pulled him out of his little chamber. And so this was our Castle Frankenstein. I mean, we crushed this Castle Frankenstein. Look at that. And so you can see the castle on top. The stones are not even really gray. They're actually brown, different colors, and you can't even tell the different colors. It's all very blended together, so it's not all stark popping out. We're going to do a little more popping out using a similar but not, you know, but different enough type of paint technique. And for the cliffs, we're going to not use that technique at all. So for the cliffs, we did completely wet wash painting, you know, no dry brushing of any kind. So put this in a spot where I won't step on it. So luckily we have a ton of moss left over for that. So that's going to look pretty good. And so all I'm going to do now is just kind of remove the excess from our palette. And then I'll give it a good wash once we're done with this paint job. All right. The nice thing with acrylic paint is that it dries pretty quick. Now, there's all kinds of model paint you can use that are specifically made for models. But because we do so much different kinds of painting, acrylic is a good, like, general use type of paint. And that's why you see me constantly going back to the acrylic rather than buying model paint that then I just use from time to time, you know, so it's kind of like a 2-for-1, you know, type of deal. So let's put this, I'll put him over here so I see him and I remember to grab him. So let's see, let's start mixing up. And for that, I think I'm going to use these little pods here. And let me switch views. And I'm going to move these guys out of the way and move him out of the way so we can actually focus on what we got going on here. And the colors we want are, I remember I ended up liking the way this came out. Little yellow ochre, you know, and these are all kind of economy level paints. And I've had, you know, really good results with them. We want burnt sienna here. And all right, so we're going to do these two colors right here, and then we're going to mix them together to create like an in-between color. So I'll start by, I'll put him kind of in here. I'll put a decent amount because we're probably going to use a good bit. And we're going to paint this on kind of heavy. And I'll put the yellow ochre here, and then we'll mix them. So I'll do like a dab, and I'm going to try and do a 50-50 mix. We'll see if I succeed. And something like that. That's about 50-50, I think. And I'm going to use this little mixer here. Get him mixed up. Kind of like ketchup and mustard a little bit, the colors. Frugal Diva paint tip for the day. Yep, that was my paint tip, you know, for the day. Kind of see what the majority of the projects you do and kind of pick the product that is universal, you know, to them. Now, there's nothing wrong with going out and getting dedicated model paint. You know, that's obviously the best way to do it. The problem is, and you guys have probably experienced this before, when you buy paint or something that can potentially dry out, by the time you get to it for another project, it's dried out and you've wasted all this money. So if I'm going to buy model paint, I try and buy it in quantities that are just pretty much for the project, you know, rather than a whole bunch. With the acrylic, you can buy the big old tubes. They seal up really well. And even if they seal up well, over time, all this stuff starts to kind of like leak and dry out. And so it's nice to kind of be able to go through it before that happens. So you see a lot of these guys there's still plenty in here, but you'll see some tubes that I'm like squeezing the last bits, you know, because I use them all. So I'm going to put this guy now here. And I'm going to start again with the back side of this so we can be all chicken and try out a couple techniques here. And let's see, I kind of like what I did with my Frankenstein castle. Although Frankenstein castle ended up leaning a little bit more gray, we're going to lean this guy a little more browny, brownified. So I'm going to start with the darker brown, which is kind of like a red brown, the raw burnt sienna. The burnt sienna. And all we're going to do is rather heavily, so we're not really, it's a step above overbrushing. I'm just going to start picking some rocks. Like that guy. And maybe that guy. No, you don't want to do a row. You just kind of want to make it look random. And maybe this guy right here. And now that you have that lighter color brown on it, this paint stands out much more. Painting this originally on the black would have been tough. It just would have seeped in. So you want to do something kind of like almost overbrushing, but a little heavier. So it's okay if it gets into some of the crevices. All right, let's see if we can randomize this. Maybe this guy right here. He's looking at me funny. So guess what? So I load it up with paint and then I just kind of give it a little, you know, dabble. I'll bring this guy over here. Then I just kind of like brush off a little bit of the excess there, so it's not sopping. I'm going to do this guy over here. I can't tell if that's one rock or two, but they all get in paint. And I'll write all these colors down for you guys. That's why I made notes this time, because for the Frankenstein, I had to watch the whole thing and figure out what I did, and I didn't mention the colors all the time. So I'm sitting there looking on the screen trying to figure out, like, I think that's a burnt umber. I think that's, you know. So I figured this time I'm going to get ahead of it. And then if we make changes and I decide, you know, I thought this color was going to be really great, but it totally is horrible, I also have to remember to mention the color so I can come back to the video and watch it. Figure it out. Right, I'm going to get this one right next to our little hut here. So you can see these stark red bricks, and it looks kind of bad, you know, but don't get scared. Don't get scared just yet. It worked out in my head real well. So we're going to see if the way it looked in my head is the way that I'm able to reproduce this thing. Not always. You know, we're not always successful, but let's see. Any more that I can kind of, maybe he's got a little friend here. There we go. 2 little rocks. And the focus out of focus is a little bit annoying, I know. It's just the way the camera works. It just picks up on what it's closest to. And maybe this guy right here. This guy's got a friend. So I think that's enough, like red rocks, maybe one more. So for the Frankenstein castle, we did something similar, but we didn't do as many rocks. We picked a couple rocks. For this, we're going to pick a lot of rocks for these colors to really just get the castle to pop out. All right, and I think I'll do this guy here. And then we're going to move on to our next color. So all in all, we're going to do about 4 different colors of these rocks. So now I'm going to move to the yellow here, the yellow ochre. And I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush because it'll be nice to get different varieties of all kind of similarly colored, in the same color family, type of stones. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'll pick this guy. So you can see this is like Rachel is botching up her beautiful castle right now. It's just, she is botching it. And I say to you, hold up. Either that, or when we get to the end, there's a good chance I might be agreeing with you. I might say, oh gosh, guys, I botched it. It looks pretty bad. But it worked really well for our Castle Frankenstein, and it just works well for getting different colored stones going. You can see that stone is kind of a vertical style stone. And let's see, do a couple more yellow ones. Then we'll do a couple in between. Do another yellow one here. Maybe there's 2 of them close together. It happens. Do this guy here. And another one here. Just kind of breaking up the red a little bit. And this is the part of the paint job that looks scary, because it's like, is this gonna come together? Because it looks like a whole bunch of like McDonald's right now. The red and the yellow. It's like, are you painting a McDonald's branded castle? And it looks like I could be. If that's the way it works out and it ends up being like a McDonald's thing, maybe I can sell it to them. I can recoup my losses and be like, look what I did. Use this in your next campaign. They'll be like, no, thank you. We don't know what a dragon has to do at all with our brand or our food. And I'll be like, but the colors. The colors. All right, so we're getting a couple yellows. All right, and now I'm going to do the in-between color, and I'm not even really going to wash my brush. I'm just going to do this in-between color here, and oh, gotta put the eyeballs on. And this will kind of help unite these two kind of opposing colors. But they're all still falling within the stone family of colors. I know you guys are like, yeah, okay, Rachel. You're botching up your castle right now real bad. All right, I want to leave some rocks that are, you know, not painted. So I'm trying to see here. Maybe this guy there, and I'll do one more. Which one? Who will be my victim? They're all like running for the hills. Like, don't let her touch me. I want to be a beautiful stone. She's gonna ruin me. All right, so I'm gonna put this down, and I'm gonna put this down. The castle's like, thank God. And the next thing we want to kind of do to that castle is add some kind of green, because there's always like green moss or green areas of stone. So I kind of like this green here, light olive green, but it's a little too neon. So we got to do something about this neon green here. And I have a couple ideas. I wonder if that'll work. Thinking of mixing it with this Payne's Gray, which has got a little bit of a blue hue to it. We used it on the dragon, so it might be kind of a neat way to unite the castle with the dragon. And then I will bust out this sap green, which is like the darker mossy color. So we'll see kind of like what we get here. But before this dries out, I should probably continue this horrible paint situation on the rest of the castle real quick here. Come to think of it, I should probably do that. So let's turn this thing kind of over here, and I'll zap a couple up here. So yeah, we're gonna have to do this anyway, so might as well get it done now. And then I can actually wash this brush and reuse it. Because with the moss, we kind of want it to be very different from these colors. So I'm not going to use like the brush dirty. I definitely want to clean the brush. So I guess I'll do the whole castle with this one color here. And then we'll come back and pick stones for the other colors. And Dave is saying on camera, it looks like baby poo. It so does. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is definitely like the baby poo color. But you know what? Come to think of it, rocks definitely have that baby poo color in them. That organic-y grossness. So let me get down here. And we'll move on to the yellow ochre, which is your classic mustard style color. I'll get you here. These rocks are all like, oh my gosh, who's gonna be the victim? No, not me. They see the paint brush coming towards them. They're like, no, don't make me the baby poo color. It's like, I'll take the ochre, I'll take the green, you know, but come on. I know I'd be one of those rocks. I'd be like, oh, come on, man, don't make me that color. Anything. But this burnt sienna. Okay, I want to do a decent amount, but not too much. We got to leave room for some of the other colors that perhaps are less offensive. Couple here. And the idea is when we dry brush our bone, it should bring all these colors together. That's the idea. We'll see. We'll see. Listen, it worked with the Castle Frankenstein. But also, we did a lot fewer rocks, that's for sure. We only sprinkled. And so I was like, that worked really well. Let's do a lot more on this one. So we're about to find out, is too much of a good thing not a good thing? You know, like in moderation should have been the way to do it. We're gonna find out. Guys, do you hear it? Do you hear the sirens? Santa Claus is coming. Oh man, I'm missing Santa Claus this year. And we have a cul-de-sac. And so sometimes Santa will just hang out there and wait for all the kids to come out to be able to give like all the candy canes. Of course, I would pick this Saturday to do the stream. Santa's like, where's Rachel? Hopefully I'm on the good list this year. Hopefully. I get some good stuff. But most importantly, I think he's going away. Oh my gosh. So Dave is saying YouTube kicked me out. Any hiccups on your end? I don't think so. I haven't seen the stream go down or any type of like connection alerts going off, but it could have been Santa. Santa might have jacked us up. He's got the little internet like reset button like, thou shalt not do anything when I'm coming through town. I think he's coming back around. I forgot. I think he does come twice. I like Dave said, take cover. I know, it's like, oh, here we go. Hide behind. That's Santa. And it's very cool because like all of the police force comes out. So if you're into like, you know, vehicles and fire trucks and things like that, it's a very cool thing to see. Because they have, you know, a few of them, and then they have some squad cars and things like that, and it's something that they do every year. So I don't know if it's just our city or if you guys have things that, you know, kind of your local police and your local fire department does, or local volunteer groups. I know some towns have parades. You know, we don't have parades, but we do have, you know, our Santa riding the fire truck, which is pretty cool. You know, I will say the reindeers are cool, but fire truck Santa, I think, is a little bit cooler. You can stick the reindeers inside the fire truck. They can ride along with Santa. Give them a year off. Give Rudolph a year off. And Dave is saying maybe YouTube didn't like my poo joke. Maybe, or maybe YouTube is not liking this paint scheme and it's trying to like save you guys from having to watch this atrocity. All right. I think we have a couple more rocks to do with this color. Wait, I'm on this color. Yes. I'm still on the burnt sienna, the gross color that it is. There we go. I don't know. Maybe you. Like, I'm trying to judge. I definitely want to go heavier on these colors on this project than what we did at the Frankenstein. And the Frankenstein, we did use, I believe, some duller colors too. We kept it kind of gray. I didn't want to do just black and white, you know, like in the picture, but by just kind of dullifying the colors a little bit, we did kind of mimic, you know, what you would see in the black and white, but just give it enough little color so that way it's not so like black and white dead looking. So I think we were able to achieve our results. I'm going to do this guy right here. I want to make it so probably more rocks have color than not, where this was the opposite for our Castle Frankenstein. We made it such that the castle was more just uniform in color with just a little pop, We're doing more. So you're surprised that the puppies didn't go ballistic more from the sirens. You know what they did in the beginning, and then they kind of, you know, unless they're in a different room, maybe they got sequestered for that very reason. Or they might have got taken outside to see what was up. Because yes, you're right. They were awfully quiet, and that's not like them. They're usually like, what the heck is going on here in our neighborhood? They're good neighborhood watchdogs. So I think if I want to add more, I think I'm pretty at the done point with this color. Just kind of rotating this around and also looking from your guys' view just to be sure. Because sometimes you guys can see stuff that I don't see. Maybe this guy here. Oh, and I forgot. We gotta do these darn rocks up here. Ah, this is the killer up here. Is these little guys. And for that, I think I'm gonna switch to our smaller brush again, so we don't get this guy right here. Let me put him down. And get our brush clean. I think I'll go him. All right. Then after this tricolor step, we'll paint a couple of the stones with a moss color. And then that's when we're going to do an overall dry brushing that will theoretically unite all the colors. And then it'll be ready for a ink wash, which we're not going to do until we finish, the other components of our castle here. And then we'll kind of ink wash everything together. So let's see here. And, oh yes, I was on the poo color. Poopies. Are they coming again? I still hear the sirens. My God, they might be coming. Actually, that's a little too... It's a little too big. I'm going to switch to this very little guy here for these individual stones. All right, we got a couple there. Switch. It's like I should have made the whole top like out of this white. And there. Been done. But we'll see. We will see in the end what we applaud and what we regret. And yeah, I think that's about good. Next. Then we just have to repeat this. This is the time-consuming part. Painting always is, especially if you want to do something, make it look as good as you can. It's nice and painstaking. That's why I figured, you know what, this will make a good Saturday stream. Could take our time. Make it all nice. And the idea, we weren't originally going to do this because the dragon I thought turned out really, really well. Then I felt kind of bad about doing just a basic looking castle. I'm like, now this is going to have to look as good as the dragon, because you put the dragon on something that just looks kind of the styles won't match up. I guess that's what I was going after, trying to get these styles to kind of match up. Next, rotation. So this is something that is an example of it's tough to prep ahead of time because it just takes, it is what it is in terms of how long it takes. guess I could have base coated. Well, I base coated it, but then did the light color ahead of time. But I find that it's kind of nice when one color hasn't completely dried before you start sticking the other color on. They blend so much better. So had I even done that and started some of this coloration ahead of time, you wouldn't have gotten the same kind of blend in all areas of the castle. Like some would look a little bit off, and you would be able to tell like this part of the castle was painted at one time and this part of the castle was painted at another time. So this is the part where we just gotta go through the whole thing, and I'm gonna try and do it in one sitting. So challenge put forth, challenge accepted by me. I'll make that little keystone, a little poopy keystone. He'll have a friend. Now I'll never look at what color is this burnt sienna again, ever again. It will always be in my mind as poop color. Burnt sienna everywhere is like, gee, thanks. Since it's a very popularly used color. Like if you look at Bob Ross, he's always got like titanium white, burnt sienna, umbers. He always uses those. Cadmium blue. I'm trying to remember the names that tick across. And that's one of the things I loved. I would write down all the colors painstakingly. And one of the things that I really liked is that he does use very similar colors in all of his paints. So you don't have to buy this giant arsenal of paint to be able to do his paintings. And that's one thing I've always liked. But the interesting thing is, despite kind of similar colors, he came up with such different palettes. Like the mountain painting, those were always my favorite. A tropical painting, a seaside painting, all using a lot of these same colors. So I'm like, rock on. I got them colors. Now some of these paints, I'm not gonna lie, they're probably 20 years old. So they're a little more gloopy than some of my newer paints, but they work. I use them a lot for base coating some of the thicker paints because you need less coats for those paints. Or I've also had just luck adding a little bit of water and then they're ready to go. So the Frankenstein Castle features that. The Spider project features that. So all those projects have a little bit of used old paint on them. And they're still rocking it. Then I got some new tubes. Like this yellow ochre is nice and new. You could tell by the way it goes on. It's a lot more liquidy. Liquidier? Thinner. That's the word. It's more thin. And I'll do this guy over here. Ooh, our last one for this color. Right, guys? Ooh. Ooh. That's the sound of, oh my gosh. But I think once we get all the colors on, we'll be in the home stretch. And I feel like Oprah. Little poop for you, and you get a little poop, and you get a little poop. And that's it. That's enough poop for everybody. And we'll give them some other colors, like the yellow mustard now color. And for that, I'll go back to this brush. Oh, it's still nice and soft there. And we're gonna continue our yellow. Kind of like a sunflower yellow. Do this big one, nice and yellow. One of these support stones. You look like you want some yellow. And the stone's like, no, I didn't. I completely did not look like I wanted yellow, so please refrain from yellowing me. Little stones shaking in your boots. Like, don't bring that paintbrush over here. Keep it away. Yeah, that really stands out. Hopefully it won't be a bit much. We'll have to mute it if it is. But one of the things I like doing, or why I like doing this, is say we didn't do this. The next step would then be overbrushing it with, you know, another lighter brown in certain areas, so you start creating kind of a patchy look. But then you basically just get brown. It's like a big old brown stone, you know, castle. And you can brush in some grays to bring in grays, but it's still very flat in terms of the color palette. So the idea is that doing something like this will make the castle look a lot more multi-dimensional. And it'll cross, you know, more color palettes. Or display a wider range of colors that are all natural to stone. You know, so it's not like we're painting any of the stones purple or anything just because we want pop, you know, unless it's a magic crystal castle, you know, then you can go ahead and paint a couple of the stones nice and purple. But our castle is organic. It's just the mage that is very magical. And who's had it with this dragon business. Then we'll figure out what kind of green we're going to put on this. Down here. Try not to like think too much, you know, because then you start to form a pattern, you know, so I just like go in and like pick one, just pick one. Try and get this side without touching the white. I did it. Success, people. Success. All right. I feel like I need one down here. Oh, you guys can't even see that. There we go. You guys are like, that's okay. We don't need to be seeing no ugly mustard rocks. So if you could do more of that, that'd be great. Just paint this atrocity off camera. All right. Do we need a little more yellow? Maybe this guy over here. I'm going to move to a different quadrant. you can see that the yellows are beginning to kind of fade a little bit. And the fresher paint ones are, you know, still a little poppy. Like pop a little more. That's kind of what we want. So yeah, some of these colors, when you first put them on, you're like, yee, yikes, what have I done? Although some rocks at this point, I am not gonna lie, they kind of look like that. Or it's like, woo, what have you done? Let me do this one. Whoop. For you guys to see. Right. So on enough like little specks of yellow, but I'm trying not to paint two adjacent rocks of yellow. It's okay to paint adjacent rocks of different colors, but not two yellows together. Or if they're staggered, you know, I might do two yellows, but trying if I can. We definitely need a little bit more yellowage here. Yeah, we can always come back to the yellow. So let me yellow up there in our area here. And let me see if I can find that little brush, which is right here. And a paper towel to dry it. Because we're not wet brushing quite yet. The puppy poo-poo color. And Silvio is here. So he's saying, hey, all good? And I just got here. Oi, Silvio. Está tudo bem? A gente está fazendo outro projeto agora. A gente está pintando esse castelo. Então, tô mostrando algumas técnicas para fazer tudo parecer bem real. O realismo das pedras. Então, agora eu tô pintando... eu pintei as pedras assim de marrom e agora eu tô usando outras cores na família de marrom para pedras parecer mais naturais, mais natural. Então, tô escolhendo algumas. I think I'm going to make our keystone here yellow. There we go. There we go. I think once we start adding the other color, it's going to start to bring it. Hopefully you guys will see what I'm going for. Hopefully I'll see what I'm going for. And it doesn't turn into, well, guys, I kind of meant for it to go this way, but it totally didn't. So I'm going to catch Silvio up as to what we've been up to. Então, Silvio, demora esse projeto, mas se a gente pinta cada pedrinha, no final vai ficar muito, muito bonito. É meio chato, mas eu acho que vocês vão gostar. Então agora tá parecendo meio estranho, todas essas cores de pedra, mas aí a gente vai pôr uma outra cor e vai ficar mais legal ainda. Vai parecer pedras da mesma família. Agora tá parecendo meio estranho, cada pedra uma cor diferente, mas você vai ver. So Silvio thinks it's actually looking pretty good. All right. And I know Dave has seen these. He's been on many trips where the paint job looks questionable, you know? And then it starts to come alive. So I got you both in my corner. And Silvio's right. He is saying it's super time consuming, but it's totally worth the effort. É verdade, Silvio. Eu acho que vai valer o esforço. Que, nossa, cortando todas essas pedrinhas. Eu colei um por um essas pedrinhas. Demorou, mas ficou lindo. Eu não sei se você viu as fotos no Facebook ou no Instagram. De como ficou antes que a gente pintou. Mas agora a gente vai ser um comprido. Hoje o show é comprido, que a gente vai tentar acabar isso. Então, pega um café, um guaraná, qualquer coisa. So I told Silvio that this is going to be a long one. It's Saturday, grab a cup of coffee, grab a Coke, which in Brazil there's a popular soft drink from called guaraná. It's made with a guaraná bean. It's actually very good. So I used to love it as a kid. So that's all I would drink. Give me my guaraná. And you can find it here in certain specialty shops. So once in a while I'll treat myself. But I have to admit, the older I've gotten, like I don't drink Coke anymore. I find myself drinking the sugar-free. And I know, oh, that sounds horrible. The sugar-free stuff never tastes good. But what I found was when I switched back to drinking like a regular Coke, like you go to somebody's house and they just give you a Coke or whatever, the amount of sugar, I couldn't believe like how sugary it is. And the whole time I had been drinking it without even realizing, or feeling the sugar. And so, yeah, I find myself drinking the diet, which, the taste is what it is. But I like it way better than the normal Coke because, the sugary. So, yes, so Guaraná is the same way. Like when I got older, I went back to drink it and I was like, oh my gosh, it's like really sugary. There we go. I said, don't do two of the same color next to each other. And I totally broke my own rule. Oh, right there. Whoops. So let me I think these yellow ones are going to come out cool. That's why I'm kind of like putting in a couple more yellows than I probably should. Então, Silvio, você é de São Paulo? Legal. A minha família também é de São Paulo. So Silvio is from São Paulo, which is where my family is also from. And he's saying it's cold there. It's cold there. Usually Brazil is opposite. So if we're getting into winter, they're getting into summer. But it looks like they're having a cold day. Alright, so I think I got some good yellow ones there. Oh, and we're done! We're done this nightmare! Well, we're not, but, we're done, like, for now. And we had a third color to add, and then a couple moss. And then we'll be done this step. Okay, well, that's not the one I want to use. This is the one I want to use. This really banged up one right here. And let me... So Silvio is saying that it's beginning to look really realistic. And Dave is saying, just imagine the top yellow drip down to the bottom rock. All good. You know what? There we go. Yeah, it's a special kind of mold that grew on the rock and it dripped down. Então, a gente vai fazer mais uma cor aqui, que você vê aqui tem essa cor mais escura. Deixa eu ver se o... Aí, a cor amarela que a gente acabou de pintar, e a cor no meio é uma mistura desse marrom meio vermelho aqui e esse amarelo. Então, essa é uma mistura que a gente vai selecionar algumas pedras e a gente vai pintar. Aí a gente vai pintar depois de leve tudo de uma cor. Aí você vai ver só um pouco das cores diferentes, mas vai ficar assim mais real, que nem você falou aí. Ficando bem realista, é. Tá vendo? Eu tô aprendendo lendo o teu comentário aí. All right, so by putting this mixture one now, hopefully we start like uniting some of this mess here. This poo mess. All right. So Sylvia was saying, I don't think he saw the castle foam part or the foam picture on social media. So I was saying, if you want to see what this thing looked like before, like all the purple mess and stuff like that, you know, head over there and check that out. A huge difference from the problem I was having base coating this thing. Like, I love the purple foam because it's so carvable and so, you know, amenable, easy to work with. But it is a paint sucker, for sure. Now, I added 2 coats of Mod Podge, but because there's so many little crevices and so many different depths and things, I think probably I could have added another third coat of Mod Podge, and I think that would have helped me out a little bit. So, I don't like to put too many coats of paint, only because I don't like to like obliterate all the detail that we worked so hard on. So sometimes I'll add more thin coats and really work the paint, you know, as much as I can. And so you get these really thin coats, and then you just have to build on them. And I find that obliterates my stuff a little bit less. And also this time I experimented with carving deeper grooves into the rocks. And I think that's going to help us out. Unlike the foam castle for Castle Frankenstein, where basically what we did was take our pencil, our mechanical pencil with no lead in it, and used it to trace rocks onto the surface of our foam. And much like we did here, see, it's kind of the same thing. And with the purple, you can just go more nuts. I mean, I suppose you can with the foam core too, but the foam core, you're kind of limited in thickness in terms of what you can do. So it only comes in that foam core board thickness, and you have to start gluing layers together if you want to get any more thicknesses. Kind of like, you know, pretty much exactly like what we did here. We glued 2 together, which kind of made a neat, you know, kind of rock look to it. So I don't know what color is more poopy, burnt sienna or this one, the mixture of the yellow ochre and the burnt sienna. I just don't know. Taking a couple. I feel like we need something here. And again, I'm not too worried about the base, because we're going to cover it all. It's not going to be this beautiful base. It's way too pretty for our purposes. We need to uglify it a little bit and add our little moss. I also have like the dead looking moss. We can add some of that. But I thought it'd be interesting with the dragon battle, having a couple charred looking things, as well as having some really pretty flowers growing on this. It's kind of like a neat opposite of what's going on with the battle of the dragon. And I gotta catch up on your comments. So Silvio is asking if I've been to São Paulo, where my parents and a lot of my family is from. And yes, I have. When I was younger, we used to go every year in the summertime. As soon as school let off, boom, we were on a plane to Brazil. But the problem is that their schools are opposite ours. So when we have summer vacation, well, all my cousins and all my friends, well, they're in school. Oh man, I am botching up this poor white. And so all my friends would be in school, my cousins would be in school, and it was a drag because, at that time when we were kids, these stupid things were drags. Now it's really not a big deal. Very overdramatic at that point. So we would go to Brazil, and during the day we would help my aunt out, do various home chores type of things until my cousins got out of school. But the problem is then they got homework and we just want to play. We were little kids, we just want to play. This homework business is just botching up our play here. But so we'd have to wait till they get their homework done, and we'd be like, hurry up, get your homework done. Just put whatever answers, so we can go play. So they get their homework done, and finally we'd be able to play. It was arduous for a little kid. Now I'm like, we had it pretty good. So, I completely spaced on here. Look how black that is. But you know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much because there's a roof that goes on here. So all this painting that I'm doing right that second right there is probably not even going to be seen. So I'm just going to move away from there. All right. So, então, I'll say the same thing to Silvio. Então, Silvio, assim, já fui para São Paulo, eu fui 2 anos atrás, mas quando eu era pequena, a gente ia todo verão. Então, aqui, acabava com a escola e a gente ia pro Brasil, ver meus primos, minhas primas. O único problema é que no Brasil, a gente tá com verão, mas é um inverno no Brasil e tá todo mundo na escola. Então a gente era pequenininha e, nossa, que chato, tem que esperar minha prima sair da escola e a gente só quer brincar. Aí tem que fazer lição em casa e a gente esperando. E a gente falava rápido, põe qualquer resposta, assim a gente pode brincar, não é? E os pais, não, tem que acabar a lição. Aí finalmente acabava a lição, já era noite. Então a gente brincava um pouco e eles têm que levantar para a escola de novo. Então era sempre não é uma boa época para visitar. Mas a gente ia todo ano. Aí quando comecei o colégio ficou mais difícil de ir, porque a gente estava estudando muito e a gente tinha aulas no verão também. Então ficou mais difícil. Então passou muitos anos. Aí, finalmente, eu voltei 2 anos atrás, vi meus tios, minhas tias, minhas primas. Foi muito legal. Muito legal. E a esposa do meu pai tem uma roça. Muito lindo mesmo. Então, a gente foi lá. A gente viu os cavalos, as vacas, tudo isso. Dá para viver, comer tudo. Nem precisa sair para comprar comida. And Silvio was saying he's learned a lot by watching these streams. And that's cool. I've actually learned a lot with you guys. You guys have awesome, just awesome suggestions. And not only that, sometimes... Heck, I just like to try stuff with people. I have zero fear of face planting. So if something doesn't go according to plan, part of becoming good is finding a way to turn it around. So there have been some streams where we've had to turn things around. There's been some streams where I just had to throw my hands up in the air and say, guys, this just botched. I didn't realize this was going to happen. And we gotta put this off to another day. So one such stream was getting the dragon on the tower. I mean, did we or did we not spend our entire stream trying to get that stupid thing on the tower? And we never made it to bricking the castle or anything like that. It was just it was botched, for a better lack of words. But, you know, those are far and few between. Usually we can recover. All right. So finally, we're going to do these. And we're getting to the end of this nightmare because the moss stones aren't very many. I'm just going to put in a couple. Então, Silvio, ainda bem que você está aprendendo algumas coisas. Eu também aprendo com vocês, porque tem vezes que eu não sei bem. Todos esses projetos, várias vezes, eu estou fazendo pela primeira vez. Então, a gente está tentando coisa diferente, às vezes dá bem. Tem vezes que dá muito mal mesmo, que eu tenho que falar pro povo, nossa, não aconteceu bem como eu pensei que ia acontecer, e eu tenho que parar o show e a gente vai tentar fazer num outro dia. Então, às vezes não dá muito certo, mas o importante é que você tenta. Você tenta mesmo se não dá certo. Então, a gente faz isso. A gente vai tentando, dando cabeçada se precisar. Mas o povo aqui no chat é muito legal. Sempre tá com ideia. Então, vou aprendendo. So Silvio is talking about a project he just did. Let me see if I can give it a read here. So it looks like he painted a chair in his house. Oh, that he is refinishing, or he's, what's the word I want to use? He's restoring. He's restoring a chair, a colonial style chair. And then after he finishes painting it, he's going to do his veneer, not veneer, the varnish on top of it. Então, Silvio, esse é bom projeto, essa cadeira. Eu também gosto de reformar coisa aqui em casa. Às vezes o estilo ficou meio velho. Aí quando você reforma, você pode fazer ele mais moderno. Mas esse estilo colonial, o bom dele é que ele nunca vai fora da moda. Todo mundo gosta desse estilo. Então é um bom estilo para reformar, fazer bonito de novo. E é um bom projeto para fazer em casa. Então, quando você faz em casa, você está fazendo numa garagem ou você está fazendo na cozinha? Onde é que você faz o teu trabalho? Eu aqui só tenho essa garagem de um carro. Só que eu posso só usar metade. Porque tem as câmeras, tem as luzes, que tudo precisam do seu espaço, sabe? Então, eu não tenho muito espaço aqui. So I asked Silvio where he's doing his work, because he said he's restoring this chair from his house. And I'm like, well, where in your house? Like, do you have an actual garage? You know, hopefully you're not doing it in your kitchen. Where I was base coating this all in my kitchen before starting the stream. And it's been kind of just like sitting in the kitchen because the temperature there is better. Although the temperature here has caught up because I do have like a little heater vent here. But I have forgotten that I put a curtain for the last stream, you know, our payphone stream, and it covers like this vent. And so of course it's been heating the curtain and not me. So you see that I'm in a t-shirt in here. So it's very, very nice. So we'll see. Oh, so he's doing it outside. He's doing it just in his yard. Ah, tá, no quintal, então. Eu também faço muita coisa no quintal, especialmente coisa com madeira, porque você vai cortar um pedaço da madeira aqui, nossa, faz uma mess que depois para limpar leva muito tempo. Então, qualquer projeto de madeira eu também sempre faço lá fora, lixando madeira, nossa. Vai pó para todo quanto é lugar, então lixando sempre lá fora também. Mesmo no frio. No frio eu ponho um casacão, vou lá com luva, tudo. So if I haven't told you, Silvio is doing his chair project outside in his lawn. So I told him, like, when it comes to woodworking, like, we did some of the phone project in here and cut some stuff in here, but the big cuts, as you saw, I do on the ground, and we did it out on the driveway. Guys, am I done? And because it's too messy. Like my very early streams, we actually did cut wood in here. But man, after this stream, I would have a massive cleanup job, massive. And this is time that I could be planning and doing other, things for this stream. So yeah, I kind of bagged that whole idea and I was like, yep, no more. Let's just do, let's just start doing these things outside. It's a little funky, for a stream to have to switch cameras out there, but we have some decent webcams that we can use. So that way, if the wind knocks them down, I'm not going to cry too much. So, exciting news. We are getting another stream real deal camera for in here, so we can have 3 cameras. So I don't have to do things like this. Maybe we can, instead of the webcam, we can actually have like a sitting side by side with Rachel cam, like a legit one that focuses well. So Silvio is asking, is it colder here than in São Paulo? And the answer is, oh, heck yeah. Like in São Paulo, you can go like to the mountains and stuff, and you'll see some snow-covered caps, so you do get snow in the very northern parts of Brazil, but it's not like, they don't have the major snowstorms that we have here in the Northeast, in like the valleys and things like that, so... Eu tô lendo tua pergunta aí, Silvio. Aí é mais frio que aqui em São Paulo? Sim! Nossa! Até agora... Bom, esse ano tá meio estranho. Dá uma esfriada, aí fica quente de novo. Dá uma outra esfriada, aí esquenta de novo. Então tá meio... Sei lá, parece que o inverno ainda não sabe o que tá acontecendo. Ou o que quer. Então, mas não, a gente já tá quase em janeiro, e janeiro é o mês mais frio aqui. Janeiro e fevereiro são péssimo em frio. Chapéu, luva, tudo isso. Mas tá um pouco estranho, porque o inverno ainda não... Parece que não pegou ainda. So I don't know about the rest of you guys. When I was telling Silvio, I don't know what's going on. Like, the winter just doesn't feel so wintry here yet. Yes, we do have certain cold days. And then it's just weirdly followed by like a 55 day. So it's a little bit weird. But, I don't know, it's like winter can't make up its mind. Like, am I here yet? I don't know. Because it's kind of rainy. So I felt bad for Santa Claus because he's like coming in the rain. It's a little bit rainy outside. And were it a little bit colder, that rain would be snow. So it'd be kind of nice to have Santa in the snow. Whereas I think it was last year, we might have even had like a white Christmas, just happened. So gotta make up its mind. All right, so put this where you guys can see it. And I don't know. I think I got all this. I got good specklage. I'll explain the same to Silvio here. Então, Silvio, eu só tô dando uma olhada para ver que eu pintei a maioria das pedras. Não quero pintar todas as pedras, só algumas. Mas uma boa porcentagem eu quero pintar. Então, cada pedra, tem pedra que é mais daquele marrom vermelho, aí tem pedra que é mais amarela, aí tem pedra que é a mistura das duas cores. Então, agora a gente vai pintar algumas pedras meia verde, porque pedra sempre tem aquele um pouco de verde, um pouco de planta crescendo na pedra. Então, a gente vai fazer de conta que tem algumas pedras assim, com um pouco de verde. Então, eu vou misturar um pouco de verde. O verde que eu tenho é muito brilhante. Então, a gente quer fazer aquele verde um pouco mais escuro. Então, vamos tentar fazer isso. E eu vou pôr tudo aqui. Então, vou virar aqui. Vou pôr assim. All right, so now what we're going to do is basically mixed up our green. And like I was telling Silvio, and I think I kind of alluded to before, this green is like, heck, like it's neon. Like, okay, this is a magical castle, but this is pretty neon. So I'm going to try and kind of bring it down. I don't want to go dark green because it's just not going to pop against the dark rocks. And later on, we are going to just kind of put in some moss green wet washing. So I'm going to save that for this. But I could mix this with a little black, but that kind of starts, I think that'll bring it too dark. I think I'm just going to do an experiment, and I'm going to mix this with this kind of bluish gray and see what happens. You know, if we don't like it, we can just kind of like pretend it never happened. So I'm going to pick another hole. I'm going to pick this guy right here. And let's see what happens when we mix these guys up. All right. So. Então, Silvio, eu vou tentar misturar esse cinza, que é meio... Tem um pouco de azul esse cinza. E esse verde aqui, que é muito brilhante. Não parece uma cor, assim, real na natureza que você vê. So, I kind of did a little bit too much black. So, I'm going to... Eu pus um pouco muito. I kind of screwed this up. Eu errei. Eu quis pôr só um pouquinho. Eu pus muito. So, I think what I'm going to have to do is just... we're probably going to have to waste a lot of green, but we're just going to have to put a ton of green. Então, eu pus muito mais verde. Vou gastar um pouco esse verde, infelizmente, mas vamos ver o que dá. Let's see what kind of concoction I got going on here. You know what? That's not... Maybe it's not bad. It's a little darker than what I wanted. But let's go with it. We're never going to use this much, but yes, which is a shame, but it is what it is. All right, so let me see which paintbrush situation I want to use here out of all these guys. And let me get them a little bit more cleaned up. Actually, this thing is. And then for our dry brushing, we're going to jump back to ye old Bob Ross. And Dave is saying even Texas is warmer than usual for this time of year. It's like winter's on hold for a bit. Yeah, I concur. So it's I mean, when they do the weather and you see the whole nationwide map, it just seems things are a little warm. But then you get the states that usually get snow early, like Lake Tahoe. I have a friend up in Lake Tahoe that they are like snowed in. I mean, snowed in. So yeah, I think in certain areas the winter hasn't figured it out yet. Yes, Dave says this looks like witch poo. So basically, this castle is just like held together with organic material, if you know what I mean. But yes, we're basically going to explore poos today, and all kinds of poos, like witch poo, frog poo, you know, all the poos have a function. But that's very true, very true. All right. And so Silvio is saying, all right. So yeah, he was like, yeah, there's moss on these rocks. He's like, yeah, you're right. With the green, he was kind of in the beginning not knowing where I was going with this green business. So he's like, oh yeah, the moss. I was just distracted by the witch poo comment. Então, sim, Silvio, lodo, essa é a palavra que eu estava procurando. Na pedra cria o lodo, então a gente vai fazer, só que a gente vai pintar a pedra inteira. Mas na próxima pintada que a gente vai fazer, o lodo vai parecer que tá só dentro da pedra, não assim, tudo na pedra. Então, sim, lodo. E essa mistura até que não ficou tão mal. tá um pouco mais escura do que eu quero. Ah, peguei o pincel errado. Olha que grande esse pincel. Deixa eu pôr aqui. Deixa eu pegar um pincel mais pequeno. So I grabbed the wrong paintbrush. I grabbed like a huge one. So this is the guy I want. So I was explaining to Silvio that this color is a little darker than what I wanted, but we're going to go with it. We can always, before this dries, go over it with that like neon green. I think that'll kind of, even it out. Então, Silvio, acho que essa mistura ficou boa. Eu pensei que ficou mais escura do que eu queria. Eu queria que ficava... Eu pus muito preto. Eu começo a conversar com vocês, aí não tô prestando atenção. Aí ficou muito escuro. Mas até que não. Porque as cores têm que parecer... assim, que eles são da mesma família. Então, você não quer uma cor que fica, assim, muito brilhante ou muito escura. Então, a gente pintou um outro castelo faz tempo já. E a gente fez alguma coisa, assim, similar. E saiu muito bonito. Só que a gente só pintou algumas das pedras e o resto da pedra ficou natural. Sem cores, assim. Então, ficou muito bonito, mas como esse castelo é um castelo de fantasia, a gente quer fazer mais cores de pedra, assim. Então, o castelo parece mais vivo do que o castelo. A gente fez o castelo do Frankenstein, que é um castelo mais morto. Então, a gente não pôs tanta cor. So I think Silvio is seeing how this is coming together, because he didn't see the Castle Frankenstein, I don't think. So he was kind of like, this is looking like a kaleidoscope, which I don't blame him. I warned you guys. I warned you that this is going to look a little bit funky. So he was like, this is looking kind of funky. But he's like, oh, okay, I get it now. I'm getting it. And we'll see. Maybe at the end, you all will be like, this still looks funky. I don't know what the heck she was going for. And this will be the last kind of per stone coloring that we do. And then we're going to go ahead. We're just going to do like a nice dry brush, or it'll probably be more of an overbrush. I'll probably use a bigger brush for this. And just be mindful of these other areas. I'm going to try not to hit them, but you know how it is. Sometimes they just get in the way. And we'll just kind of repaint the white as needed, if we kind of find that we botched it a bit. Oh, you guys aren't even seeing this, which might be for the better. And, oh, Dave is also concurring. So we got Silvio and Dave on the same page that the green looks good. Então, Silvio, se você vê o comentário, o Dave também acha que essa cor ficou bonita. Então, eu pensei que ia ser muito escura, mas vocês dois estão gostando. E até que eu também estou gostando. Yes, so after the acrylic wash, it'll definitely all come together, but it'll come together before that. After this greenifying, the witch poo step, we're going to use our bone white, which is what I think I have in my notes. Yes, so we're going to use the bone color, and we are going to do a massive dry brushing. I mean, just a massive one over everything. And that's what's going to tie all the colors together and blend them. Now they're going to look like one unified castle, but just a couple pops inside the rocks that you're going to be like, there's something going on with that rock. And then a lot of times when you brush with the white, oftentimes it has the effect of making the castle too light. Now you got a castle that's like, it's not exactly stark bright, but it's probably going to be a little bit lighter than what we want. And from all these painting steps, I've been careful, but we have gotten some paint inside our crevices. And so you lose some detail, the more, paint coats you put. So the acrylic wash, the purpose of that is to go into the crevices. So it's going to not really sit in high areas. Instead, it'll prefer to kind of find the little crevices and sit in there and darkify them. Make them more dark, darkify them. And that's going to give you kind of like all your recesses back, because by painting this, you can probably tell you see a lot of detail still, because I painstakingly made deeper details with this than we did with our Castle Frankenstein. So that's good. That really helps the situation. But we definitely have lost, you know, some detail. And so that acrylic wash is going to bring back the dark. And the bone will highlight the raised areas. And yeah, the acrylic wash will highlight the dark, you know, the recessed areas. Because the acrylic wash is watered down, the paint deposits will tend to not sit on the high. They'll tend to like drain down into the low areas. All right. And Sylvia is saying when it's done, it's going to look cool. I think so too. Eu acho também que vai ficar bem legal. Então agora tá meio estranho com todas essas cores, o que tá acontecendo, mas a gente vai pintar o castelo inteiro. A gente vai pintar de leve só, de leve, com uma cor assim de osso. Então é um creme, não é bem branco, é uma cor mais creme. Então o que vai acontecer? Esse creme vai unir todas essas cores. Então o castelo vai parecer assim marrom, mas se você olhar, você vai notar que tem pedra, que tem algumas cores assim. Não vai ser assim bem na tua cara, mas esse processo é que dá esse efeito. Então, depois que eu pintar todo esse verde, eu tô escolhendo assim, só olhando, escolhendo certa pedra e pintando verde. Então, quando eu acabar o verde, aí a gente vai pintar aquela cor de osso. Aí você vai ver que vai unir tudo. Agora tá meio estranho com todas essas cores. So the hope is that the dry brushing will unite this. I remember going through this with the Castle Frankenstein, where it just kind of didn't look good, I'm not gonna lie. I put on a good face, but I didn't have too much faith. But yeah, man, when that bone went on, it looked really good. So we're gonna hope we get the same effect. And I'm going kind of like, I changed my mind. I was like, I'll just do a couple green. I think like we got more colors than we do natural rocks. And I think that'll be like a great experiment. I think this will look really, really cool. I know I'm trying to like think of the future steps and what I anticipate they're going to do. So I think it'll be pretty cool. All right. Now again, I don't want to do all of them. I want to do most of them. And I think that's good. Eu acho que tá suficiente aí com verde. Eu vou virar. Começar aqui agora. Então, eu não quero pintar todas as pedras. Eu quero deixar algumas pedras natural, mas a maioria eu quero pintar. Porque no nosso outro castelo, a gente pintou só algumas pedras. E ficou muito bonito, mas a gente estava tentando fazer um efeito assim mais de morte, mais cinza naquele castelo. Como esse é um castelo de fantasia, a gente vai pôr o nosso dragão aqui. Na próxima vez, quando seca a tinta, a gente fez um dragão de massa. Então a gente vai pôr ele aqui. Alright, did I overflip? I think I overflipped. Okay, I gotta do down here now. Tem que fazer aqui embaixo agora. Aí a gente vai pôr o dragão fazendo uma batalha com um mágico. Então a gente vai fazer um efeito de fogo. There we go. Aí em cima a gente fez uma luz, daquelas luzes que parece mágica. Então tem várias cores, mas não hoje. Hoje é só pintando. A gente só vai pintar hoje. E tentar acabar esse castelo. Deixar ele pronto pra gente pôr o dragão. So I was telling Silvio the objective for today is to actually, get this castle painted. The only thing that'll be left to paint is the portions we add later. Like for our electronics and all that, whatever chamber I end up like adding here, we're gonna paint a similar color to all the whites, which will be very easy to match up. Although what I've done here is, it actually turns out it's pretty easy to match up as well. I thought we were going to do more complex browns, but I'm kind of liking the way this is turning out. So why complicated, right, people? I mean, I'm trust me, I'm good at that. Oh, I'm good at that. And you guys step in and you're like, just do this. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's way easier than what I was about to do. I'll paint this little guy. Now I'm just choosing the victims. My little rocky victims. Windows. Oh, Dave Beck reminded me. We got to put the windows. So I did one window up here. And what I quickly realized is I was going to do the others. And I'm like, wait a minute. When we paint this, I'm going to goop it. I am so going to goop the window. So I figured, you know what? Let me paint this thing first. And then I'll put the windows on it. Because I already know me. I am going to goop up the windows. So our CD idea worked fabulously. Oh my gosh. We just sanded down a CD cover and that created a frosted effect. So once we do the tower up here, you'll probably see that window pop up. So I've done one window. I might have done another window. Yeah, and then I think I did another window on one of these huts. But I was like, wait a minute. In retrospect, I am probably going to accidentally paint over it. So let's not get, ahead of ourselves here. So yes, we got to get the dragon on here. And then we have to put the windows in. For sure. Once everything's painted. So Silvio is asking about the dragon, like what the LED strategy. So he's asking if we're going to use an LED strip. So no, we are going to be using flickering LEDs. So I'll explain that to him. Oh, did I greenify the windows too? No, we gotta go in and greenify the windows. Yes. So I get what you were asking now. Yes, I thought you were asking something else. But yes, we gotta greenify the windows. Então, Silvio, esse dragão, ele não é muito parecido o dragão a dragolina aí do Shrek. É um dragão mais feroz até. A gente pôs dente nele, a gente pôs um monte de chifre. Então, eu sei que eu tenho uma foto no Instagram ou assim no Facebook. Eu tenho que procurar e pôr de novo para vocês verem. Então, o dragão, ele tá subindo esse castelo. E ele vai fazer essa batalha com esse mágico. Então, eu não pus ele no castelo ainda, porque fica muito difícil pintar o castelo com aquele baita de dragão nele. Então, a gente vai pôr o dragão depois que a gente acabar essa pintura. Não hoje, mas no outro dia eu acho que eu vou pôr eu mesma. Que é meio complicado. Do jeito que eu vou pôr os pezinhos dele e tudo. Aí, ele já tá pintado, ele já tá pronto. Aí a gente vai fazer o efeito de fogo, só que não com a fita de LED. A gente vai usar LED que pisca. Então a gente tem vermelho, a gente tem meio amarelo, assim, que nem de fogo, e a gente vai misturar os dois e fazer aquele efeito de fogo e também com algodão, para parecer fumaça. Então a gente vai fazer uns truques e ver se sair bonito, senão a gente pode trocar de ideia se ele ficar meio bobo assim. Mas a gente vai tentar. Esse é o importante, que pelo menos a gente tenta. E às vezes dá muito bem. Alright, so guys, is this greenified enough? I think so. I think we're good. Oh, somebody's upset. I think I'll do this guy right here. Então, agora eu tô vendo se eu fiz o suficiente. Então, a maioria das pedras estão pintadas com uma cor. Ou amarelo, aquele marrom meio vermelho, ou verde. Mas ainda sobrou algumas pedras natural. E é que eu quero. Só algumas pedras, não quero pintar toda a pedra. Então, acho que é o suficiente do verde. Eu acho que agora vamos fazer essa parte aqui de cima e a gente já vai acabar com isso, e a gente vai fazer a outra parte, que é a parte que vai unir tudo isso. Alright, so now we're going to greenify the windows like Dave had kind of reminded me to do. It's easy to kind of get lost where you are. So let's greenify this with my giant witch poo, which I wish we had more stuff to paint with this witch poo. You know what? I might actually use it for a bit of a wash for crevices. So hang on, witch poo. We might come back to you. All right. All right. Trying to figure out. Somebody's very upset. It's probably because she's not getting what she wants. Ripley is very, she's a diva. She is the diva of Gearhead Diva. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there's our window. Look, when I put my finger, see how it's kind of opaque? I mean, not opaque, it's translucent. So when we put our chandeliers of LEDs, it'll shine nicely. And the others don't have it, because I know, like, as I was painting this, I kind of glooped it already. And I had to get a little cotton, like a little Q-tip to clean it off. So, yeah, I learned my lesson there. So, I'll be putting those windows. That rhymed. Oh, what did I say that rhymed? I totally missed what I even said. Was it about Ripley? Or the window? Whoa, I gotta grow. I gotta like get on my tiptoes here and see what the heck is going on. I don't need a ton of green on these windows. I don't think I want to do a keystone in green. That's a bit much. So Silvio is asking me what state I live in here in the US. So I live in PA, right outside of Philadelphia. Então, Silvio, eu moro no estado de Pennsylvania e eu moro perto da cidade de Filadélfia. Então, bem aqui, não muito no norte, mas assim, bem no norte onde fica frio. O verão é muito quente aqui. É gostoso, mas o frio não é muito gostoso. O inverno é difícil. So I was telling him that our summers are hot, like really hot, and humid. You know, we get a lot of humidity in the Northeast, a lot of rain in the summer, especially the later part of the summer. The first part of the summer is very pretty. And a lot of cold, but it's, unlike the Colorado or West cold, because of the humidity, the snow is very heavy. it's not that fluffy, powdery snow. It is like a wet, you make a snowball to smack someone with. Oh my gosh, it hurts. It's not like this fluffy thing that like bursts and it's, like flour or something like that. Oh no. Like if you get smacked with a snowball, you are most definitely going to feel it. It's like getting smacked with a fist or something like that, or a sandbag that somebody throws on you. That's pretty bad. So Silvio is asking about these like windows, like what the heck is up with this white? So no, they're not. He's asking if they're going to stay white. So they're not going to stay white. They're going to be like more of a gray color, like the Camelot Castle, which is very different than the color we're doing here. And one of the things that looks good in my head, and guys, I'm admit, I don't know if it's gonna look good, in real life, is mixing the two style of castle. So we have a very organic rocky castle with a very I would say more polished Camelot looking castle, and that's going to involve a lot more grays and subdued colors, a little bit different than what we're doing here. So I will explain the same to him. Então, Silvio, talvez você tá escutando o meu cachorro latindo, não sei o que ela tá vendo, mas o que ela tá vendo, ela não tá gostando. Mas a janela e todas essas partes brancas aqui e a janela também não vão ficar branca. Então elas vão ser pintadas mais cinza. Então as pedras que eram roxas, essas pedras, e a gente começou a pintar assim mais com cores natural. Pedras marrons, esse verde, amarelo. Essas pedras aqui vão ser pintadas mais estilo daqueles castelos tradicional que você vê nos filmes. É um castelo mais limpo, mais cinza. Então vai ser um cinza mais claro. E vai ser a mesma coisa na janela. Agora, não sei se eu vou suceder, porque olha o tamanho da janela, é pequenininha, então não sei, eu vou ter que achar um pincel bem pequeno para poder fazer direito, mas vamos tentar fazer, ver que dá. Mas então, quando a gente acabar esse processo aqui com essas pedras, aí a gente vai fazer essas pedras aqui brancas. Aí, se tiver tempo, aí a gente vai fazer esses marrom aqui, essas partes aqui feito de terra. Então, só se a gente tiver tempo, mas eu acho que vai ter tempo. Essa parte que a gente está fazendo aqui é a mais demorada, mas a gente tá para acabar. Então, vai mover mais rápido. So I was telling about the window color theme. And we'll get to that next. And also, this is the longest portion of the paint job, of course. And we are almost done. Then we're going to overbrush this in our bone. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed that what's going to happen is what I wanted to happen. And then we're going to work on the white work of this. And I may have to kind of patch up and just hit a couple areas there with white that I messed up. So hopefully, we'll just get that done real quick. And this is kind of like a faster thing. We're not going to do as many techniques. Well, one, because the area is so small. And two, we want to keep it kind of a light Camelot style gray. So yeah, there we have it. And I don't think I talked about the window to Silvio. Então, Silvio, tá vendo aqui? Eu pus uma janelinha por detrás. Tá vendo? Eu colei ela aqui dentro. E então ela fica que nem janela. Mas eu só fiz nessa janela porque aí eu me lembrei, eu vou ter que pintar isso. E olha que chato, eu vou pintar assim, de acidente, a janela. Então eu vou esperar. Aí quando a gente acabar de pintar no outro dia, aí eu vou pôr a janelinha. Então essa janelinha é feito com aquelas coberturas de plástico do CD. Então eu quebrei um pedaço, eu cortei um pedaço, aí eu peguei uma lixa de leve, e eu lixei para ela não ficar tão clara. Então tá vendo quando eu ponho o meu dedo? Dá pra ver o dedo, mas só um pouco. Aí a gente vai pôr LED que pisca aqui dentro, então vai parecer velas dentro do castelo. Mas eu vou continuar isso no outro dia, porque senão fica mais difícil. Eu vou pintar em cima. Alright, peeps. So I think that's pretty good. I'm just kind of making sure I didn't lose any spots. I'm just kind of checking it over. So I did miss a couple spots, which I think I'm going to use one of these poop colors. And it is because I was painting with it leaned down, looking at it from this angle now, I noticed that some of the ledges of our windows here, the tops of them are like totally black. So what I'm going to do is probably take this color right here and very lightly kind of dry brush just to kind of bring out the texture a little bit. Because I goofed. So, Silvio is saying that he also doesn't like the cold. He doesn't think anybody likes the cold. É verdade, Silvio. Acho que ninguém gosta do frio. É muito bonito com a neve. Nossa, como eu gosto de ver. Mas, vem fevereiro, enche o saco. Tá todo mundo já pronto pra primavera. Já acaba com isso. Alright. And he is saying, let's see. So he's saying that Ripley probably sensed his cat was getting up off the couch and started barking. He sensed the cat in Brazil, all the way in Brazil. All right, so now that we have this done, I mean, it doesn't look bad. It looks kind of neat from far away, from close up. I don't know. You guys, decide. But let's do our unifying color, in which I am going to get rid of some of this stuff. But let's move our palette here and do our bone. So, where'd it go? Here it is. Então, a gente vai agora usar essa cor, que é uma cor assim de osso. É um creme muito fraco. Quase branco, mas não branco. Então, a gente vai usar mais ou menos bastante, não tanto, mas uma boa parte aqui. E eu vou pegar um pincel mais grande pra gente poder fazer mais área. Uma área mais grande. So guys, that's decent. This is probably safer. You know what, but sometimes like when you're gonna do a much lighter color, a starker color, if you use a brush that's too little, you get like streaks, like you can see like where you painted. So I prefer to use the other brush, but I think this will probably blend better. And for this, I think I am going to do it like, I might do it upright. Yeah. I might change my mind. Então. So for this, you do want to like go light on it. You don't want to go too nuts. And so I'm going to start light and then get less chicken about it. And let's do it in the area where the dragon is going to be, so we can do that. Okay. Então, eu vou começar nessa área porque o dragão vai estar aqui. Então, essa área vai estar muito coberta. Então, é uma boa área para experimentar coisa. Porque se não der certo, não faz mal. O dragão vai estar aqui, anyways. Cobrindo. Então, essa técnica, agora eu vou usar tinta, mas eu vou tirar a maioria da tinta. E a gente só vai bem de leve. E eu não sei ainda se eu vou pintar assim ou se eu vou virar ela de novo, como eu estava fazendo. Mas vamos começar assim e ver que dá. Ok. Yeah, I changed my mind. That was short-lived. Eu troquei de ideia, eu vou fazer assim. Alright. So you can see the area I painted, you know, and the idea is that, you know, hopefully this is going to start bringing our castle together. Now, if you wanted to, like, bring this more gray, you know, which we're going to do this, and then we're going to find that if the castle is too, if it doesn't match, like our two paint schemes don't match, then what we'll do is just simply do a very light gray, you know, dry brush, and that should bring the two together. But I'd really like to experiment with kind of a brownie type of castle, and a, you know, the stark gray. See kind of what that looks like. And so hopefully, because this is the same color washing all over the castle, these stones all start looking the same. Meaning like they belong. They don't look the same because they're all painted different colors, but you know. And I was dry brushing, and you can see how brave I've gotten. I do still wipe the majority of the paint, and I basically just kind of barely touch the paint and bring it into kind of my thinnification area here, where I just thin it out a little bit, and we're going a little heavier because I'm realizing we did so many colors, you know, we kind of need to go heavier with our dry brushing here. And this looks bad right now. It's just too white. But again, this is going to dry a little darker, so I'm not freaking out just yet. There's a minor freak out happening, but not 100% quite yet, because this has happened before. Not with castles, but with just projects in general. And then I end up having to dry brush again because I'm like, oh, it's too dark. And our ink wash will kind of darken the whole thing. I think this against our dragon is going to look really, really good. Então, eu tô usando o pincel bem seco, e eu só tô pintando assim de leve. Então, as partes que são mais altas das pedras estão pegando a tinta. Mas a parte que são mais baixa tá ficando da cor que a gente pintou. Então, você tá vendo que as cores agora estão apagando mais, estão ficando mais unidas. Mas a gente tem que lembrar que essa cores sempre, quando elas secam mais escura. Então, vai escurecer esse branco. Então, não fica com medo ainda, não. Não fica com medo. Vamos lá. All right. I am having a mini freak moment, as Davis is saying. Come on, get darker. Don't fail me now. I talked a big game about like, oh, don't worry, guys. It's gonna get so dark. Like, I didn't botch this up. It's not botched. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's totally botched. And I'm going pretty liberal. I'm actually glad I chose this brush. I was a little chicken. All right. So right here, I think it's beginning to darken up a little bit. So hopefully that'll look a little better. And I did not put our above light like I normally do. Sometimes it just blinds out a little bit too much. I need to set it to a lower setting. So if you guys need more light, let me know. It's nearby. It's right here on the table. I kind of kept it nearby in case I figured we need it, but on my monitor, it's looking like it would wash everything out. And if you guys were saying that the pink looked like white, heck, that's bright enough. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot right there. And because this is a large brush, it has trouble getting into the very recessed part of each individual stone, so you don't have to like worry about like getting white in the recessed areas, which is what you don't want. Whereas a smaller brush, you know, the bristles can kind of get into the individual stone recesses. Obviously I want to get into the recesses of the stones and you know, the stones in general, but not the little individual little details. All right. So whereas the towers in our examples were a lot more gray, and wizards are gray and all that, because I kind of envisioned this in a forest, I decided to go kind of earthier with this. That was kind of like my inspiration for this. And then we ended up painting the dragon pretty gray. I remember like gray and red was the predominant theme that you guys wanted. And then I think it was Dave Wells wanted some blue in the dragon. So it was kind of nice that our gray had a good deal of blue in it. So we kind of, everybody got what they wanted. We got a dragon with red accents and has kind of a grayish bluish skin. So we check and check. We got everybody's wishes in the dragon, and it ended up looking pretty cool. Oh, I realize I get into the painting and I'm not like realizing where you guys are. There we go. All right, Dave is saying it looks good. I am not at that conclusion quite yet. You're beating me to that conclusion. I am not quite there. So I'm glad you are. At least one of us is at that conclusion. I am, It looks neat. You know, it doesn't look bad by any means. And the individual colored rocks do look really good. Like you can barely tell, but they pop just enough. All right, I know when Dave puts some chicken on there, he's serious. He is not just trying to be polite. Like when he puts the chicken, he's like, no, Like I don't give my chicken up for just any comment, okay? Gotta work for this chicken. Heck, I wouldn't be giving up my chickens for, you know, just willy-nilly like that. So yeah, I barely touch the paint blob, and then I come here and thin, which is the best part about this palette, because the dollar palette doesn't have any place to thin. So I end up thinning on a napkin, or heck, on this table. Look at all the thinning areas this poor table has undergone. So it's nice to have. It's awesome, Dave. Got me cool Bob Ross palette. Although Bob Ross didn't do he didn't do a dragon and wizard paint. I'm sure to like do a special request when he was alive. But I know his son paints in the Bob Ross style. So there's still a chance, people. We can still ask for it. Ooh, I was about to miss this whole area down here. So Silvio is saying the castle is beginning to look older. Oh, darn. Oh, that's a bit much right there. Kind of obliterate my color. All right. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. It's just a tiny area. Castle, you better like work with me here. I spent way too much time on you. I will kick your butt, and I will do it live in front of everybody. You know how like some kids will act up in public because they kind of secretly know that their parents aren't going to do anything. It's not like you're going to like really reprimand them in public, you know, so they know. Except me. My parents were like, go right ahead. You are going to get a timeout and, you know, at that time, a spanking right in front of everybody. Oh, and we're going to love it. So yeah, guess how many times I acted out in public? Like none. Well, no, a good deal, you know. We all do when we're little. But then you quickly learn. Like my parents will reprimand me in front of people, in private, anyway, anyhow. So I can't get away with nothing. So let's see. Oh yes, he was saying that it was looking old. Então, Silvio, tá ficando agora mais velho e você ainda vê algumas cores da pedra, mas não tão forte. Tá mais assim, tá ficando um castelo que todas as pedras parece que saíram da mesma família, da mesma área. Aí eles começaram a montar as pedras, mas tem um pouquinho de cor. Assim ela fica mais assim 3D. Porque a maioria das pessoas, quando eles pintam pedra, eles pintam tudo de cinza. E é claro que pedra tem cinza. Mas pedra tem bastante outras cores. Então, quando a pedra começa a envelhecer, ela pega mais cores ainda, porque começa a crescer organismo, começa a crescer o lodo nas pedras, então começa a trocar as cores, os minerais da pedra. Então por isso que a gente pintou as pedras, várias cores diferentes, e agora, para não parecer tão pintada, que nem um tigre com listas, a gente tá pondo essa cor igual para todas as pedras. All right, I think... Oh, I was like, oh, I think we're done. Oh no, look at this whole section. And the windows. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think so. E a gente também tem que lembrar que as cores vão secar mais escura. Então esse branco, esse osso não vai ficar tão poderoso assim. Agora tá um pouco poderoso, mas assim que ele começar a secar, ele vai secar um pouco mais escuro. Alright, so I was telling Silvio that the hope is, it's supposed to dry more dark, our bone. And I remember for our Frankenstein's castle, I ended up putting 2 coats because it ended up drying so, so dark. I don't know, guys. It doesn't seem like the case on this one. This one seems like it's not wanting to dry so dark. Right, we're getting, I think this is the last section, other than the windows, of course, which I always want to forget. And Dave is saying, in the end, I turned out right. My parents did me right. I think so. I think, it's important to know that there's consequences every time for your action. Not just some of the time, but every time. And I can't imagine, with parents, you just get tired. I get it. And it's hard to enforce the consequences all the time. Sometimes you're just tired and you're just like, you know what? Just let him or her have it, what they want. I'm just, we're all humans, but that constant, my parents were relentless on me and my sister. But I think all in all, we weren't the worst kids. I can think of kids that I grew up with that were worse. So I don't think any parent has it smooth sailing, but I don't think mine had it that bad. I was always interested in science and building things, so most of the time I was in the basement, building something after I had done my homework. So I was always into science stuff, I was going to be a scientist or something. And I did, for a while. And then started to get into marketing. And that's kind of I really liked marketing and web design. now they have so many tools where you can like design your own website. You know, it's not like you need a dedicated person anymore, although it's helpful to have one to help just kind of direct things and help with layout and stuff. They're more experienced with a better user interface. Sometimes you can tell like a DIY site that somebody's done, like the interface is just like, how do I navigate this thing? All right, so now we can start seeing this looks like really different, you know, than this. So we're going to start trying to unify everything. But this is the area that we painted first. And it's, you know, feeling pretty dry. So it has darkened a little bit, not a ton the way I wanted it to, but it has darkened a little bit. And I'm not going to add another layer. I think that's pretty much enough. And so I'm just going around and making sure that it's all uniform. It's a, you know, more uniform. Oh, guys, look, I totally forgot this. Gotta do it. Quase esqueci dessa peça aqui, ó. Eu tava pensando, olha, acabei. No. All right, now I'm gonna cheat and just kind of do this. This brush might be a bit big, but we're gonna go for it. We're already gonna have to fix up some of the white anyways, so. And I'm going to try and get in here as carefully as possible. I didn't do a lot of like the colors in here because I knew it was going to be impossible to get in. There we go. I think that's looking, you know, it's looking good. It's looking good. I always say that before the ink wash step. I'm always like, I don't know, guys. And then it ends up looking good. All right, so now we're gonna move on to this area right here. And for that, I think, unfortunately, I will have to go to I don't wanna go to that small, that's too small. I wonder if we can get away with this guy right here. Just trying to dry him. So Silvio is like, that's a lot of work, but you have like a lot of enthusiasm to get it done. Esse trabalho é bem trabalhoso, mas como hoje é sábado, eu tenho mais tempo, então quero tentar fazer e acabar essa pintura. Que a gente já tá quase no fim desse projeto, a gente vai acabar a pintura, aí a gente vai pôr o dragão, fazer os efeitos com LED de fogo. Aí a gente vai pôr flores, a gente vai pôr um monte de coisa legal aqui no castelo, crescendo do castelo. Aí, depois disso, a gente vai pôr a nossa luz aqui em cima, que o mágico está protegendo, mas o dragão quer tentar pegar. All right, I'm not too worried about like this black area here, only because it's going to be covered. So I'll just do a little something there. Aí a gente vai ter que pensar de um outro projeto. Então, se você tem uma ideia, põe aí, joga aí no meio. So I was telling Silvio, we got this paint job. Then I'm going to try and get the dragon on here. We're going to lay out our electronics and make our LED flame effects. Then we're going to flock it, you know, kind of like what we did with the Frankenstein castle. Kind of purify the outside with some cool terrain. And then after that, I mean, once we kind of get towards the end of this, which we kind of are, I mean, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. At that point, then we got to start thinking of another, project. This one involved like a ton. We had clay model making. We had, a whole bunch of stuff. So the other one can be, whatever skills. I'm up for trying any skills. So don't be afraid to request them skills. We'll build them up, because that's the idea. It's like we're almost like having a journal that we're just making journal entries in, like soldering, check. I made a clay model dragon, check. Or any clay model, anything. I worked with clay, checked. That's something I hadn't really done before at that level. So it would be nice to kind of like check some stuff off. That way one day you can look at it and be like, wow, in 1 year, look at all these skills that we tackled. I'm not going to say that I'm the best at them, but at least I tackled them. I have gotten a familiarity with them, if you will. A little familiarity. Right. Yeah, it definitely has like a aging effect. And Silvia's saying he's laughing here. So he's laughing because he thought he was the only one that reuses as much stuff, for his projects, not throwing anything away. So he's kind of laughing to see somebody else is the same way. And I'm like, nope, look at Dave too. We are all frugaling it up to get through these projects. I think a lot of us do it. I think these windows are turning out a little bit nicer than the body of the castle. Actually, no, I'm looking on your guys' monitor. They both look the same. I might be changing my mind. I might be kind of joining the Dave camp. I'm thinking I'm liking it now. In the beginning, I don't know. I wasn't too convinced that my idea worked. I'm like, maybe I overdid the coloration of the rocks, We only did it very little for the Frankenstein castle, and here I kind of went all out with it. But I don't know, I think it's looking good. Did I get the top of the window ledge? What window ledge? What window ledge? Oh, this thing. No, I didn't. I didn't get any of those tops. All right. I'm going to finish this, and then I'll flip it my way, and then I'll get all the tops. Damn, Dave. Dave is like, I need you to keep like a checklist, because I will forget, so thank God. I was about to forget the windows completely. And Dave was like, hey, probably might want to get them windows. Oh, yeah, the windows. These windows, which took like forever to do. So yes, remind me if I forget again that we are going to have to tackle the ledges. Because I totally forgot them last time. Right. I'm just like pushing that paint, kind of like dragging it as far as I can. Next, oh, last one, guys, and then I got to get them ledges. Dave is on it, which is awesome. Otherwise, I'd have big holes. Like, didn't we find some giant black spot that I totally missed? And thankfully, it was in an area where we're not going to... oh, I missed the spot right here. That we're going to see too much. So, thankfully. All right, so now I'm going to flip this because I got to get the ledges. So, getting the... Oh, and this one I got to be careful because the window is here. All right, and then these are windowless, so I can go nuts on them. Is that cat hair on my window ledge? It indeed is. So maybe the wizard has a cat, and the cat put fur on the window ledge. That's going to be my story, and I'm sticking to it. I think I got one of the window ledges, and that is all. And then I just proceeded to forget the rest. All right, now normally we would do our acrylic wash, but we're gonna hold off on that till the rest of the white areas are painted because it's gonna be the same wash. And so we'll just like acrylic wash everything at one time so we don't have to try and like match up acrylic wash amounts, you know, like the quantities that we use or anything. All right, so that is that. We are done with this whole section. And all it needs now is acrylic wash. So we are moving on to our whites. And so now I gotta kind of like touch up my botched areas. And so I'll do that real quick. Where is the white? And let's see. I think I want to keep these cubbies. And I'll do some white like up in here next to the bone. So let's get those areas painted up here real quick. And Silviu's like, yes, last one, Silviu. Yes, that was the last window. Okay, so now I'm going to just touch up real quick the areas that I kind of, you know, botched like that with the white. Real quick here. Então, Silvio, agora a gente vai começar a trabalhar nessa área branca, mas você vê que eu errei, tem algumas tinta aqui. Então, eu vou rapidamente cobrir com um pouco de branco. Aí a gente vai começar a atacar essa área aqui. Então, só tô dando uma olhada rápida para ver se eu errei com tinta. E ela espalhou um pouco aqui. Porque agora a técnica aqui vai ser bem mais cinza agora. All right. And we're going to go with kind of a light gray. Now, if we were doing a darker gray castle, you'd probably want to base coat this in a medium gray. And we would do it that way. But I thought, and we'll see how this turns out. I thought like a light kind of gray, just like we saw in our tower pictures, would look really good. And I'm talking especially the tower on the left. Like a real light gray like that, I think would look really, really good. We'll see. We'll see. But, I don't know. It's turning out pretty good. Now, I'm liking kind of the drying that's happening here. It's almost like it had a little bit of a delayed reaction. Okay, I did splotch a little, but guys, I'm kind of surprised. Not that much. Not that much at all. I was mostly careful. And instead of bone, we're going to be using white. So I did say this is going to be a bit of a longer stream, but this portion doesn't take that long. The main castle, that's why I started with it first, because I'm like, yeah, that's the doozy. gonna be the doozy. And I'm hoping that this kind of gray on organic look is gonna work out. I don't know, in my head it kind of worked out. Because I like the organic huts from one castle, and then I really like the kind of gray from the other castle. And I thought a castle in this color scheme would make more sense to have like flowers and or shrubberies or plants growing out of it than say like the Camelot style castle. And I keep calling it a Camelot castle, but you guys know in the movies kind of what I'm thinking of when I say that. All right. So Silvio is saying he's got to wrap up some projects he's working on. So he's going to catch up with us on Discord a little bit later. Cool. Então, Silvio, você perguntou algo no Discord? Eu não tenho o Discord em frente de mim, mas eu posso procurar lá no meu computador. E você tem vontade de fazer projetos aqui, mas precisa colocar em prática. A gente precisa conversar no Discord. Oh, yeah! Então, depois desse projeto, mais tarde, geralmente à noite eu tô no Discord. E eu leio todo comentário, eu respondo para todo mundo. Geralmente, durante o dia, eu tô aqui fazendo esses projetos, preparando para os shows vivo. Alright, so I think... E se você usar para traduzir, se você usar o Google, assim, as outras pessoas também podem ler o que você está tentando fazer e tentar te ajudar. Então, eu tenho outros Discord que eu gosto de ver, só que outras línguas, nem em português. Então, eu uso o tradutor lá do Google para poder entender. Porque às vezes alguém tem uma boa ideia, mas não fala inglês ou não fala português. Aí eu posso ver o que é. Alright, guys, I'm hitting up these little windows. And it would be nice to hit them where you guys can see them. So I told Silvio to check out Google Translate, that way he can understand, kind of what's going on Discord. Because I've actually done that myself, like in an Italian forum, or sometimes it'll pull up a French forum, and I'll just use Google Translate, and a lot of times it's been able to solve my problem. Not even going to, a forum where I understand. Porque o Dave, que está assistindo agora com você e fazendo comentário, ele sabe muita coisa de eletrônica. Ele é muito bom para perguntar essas coisas. Eu pergunto toda hora, será que estou fazendo certo? Ele tem alguns outros no Discord que também faz bastante projeto eletrônico. E sempre estão com umas boas ideias. So I was telling Silvio there's a lot of good resources on Discord, like you and Larry and Boba Fett, that know a lot about electronics. And that's something that Silvio said he wants to get better at, is understanding electronics. So I said, use Google Translate, and guess what? We all like to jump in and help each other out, right? We all get stuck. All right, so I patched up the windows, and I'm going to patch up this area here. This kind of, guess how I made these kind of weird curved windows? So they're the negatives of these guys. See this curvature here? It's the opposite curvature. I had them kind of sitting, and I was like, this might be kind of neat. And that's kind of how these came about, this kind of weird shaped window. And I was like, that's pretty wizardy. Now, I'm not going to do like multiple coats. The idea is just to kind of mostly cover up the botch. You might be able to see a little bit of it seeping through the paint, but that's okay. I don't think it's going to affect what we're doing too much. And the nice thing is that acrylic dries fast. It's one of the reasons I work a lot with it. Now, oil is very nice. Oh my gosh, it's very pretty. But doing live, like a multi-project thing, unless you use Bob Ross's wet on wet technique, you know, but then you don't want to be touching it and stuff. So the nice thing with acrylic is that it's like dry enough for me to already be touching, where as with the like oil paintings and things that Bob Ross does, that is not true. And so far, certain things are better with like a dedicated model paint, but for the types of projects we do that we're doing a lot of prototyping, we're just kind of like a lot of the times just seeing if it works. I'm not looking to make these to sell them to customers. So I'm, you know, okay, just kind of using just overall acrylic paint for everything. I think it'd be different if I were trying to do like a customer type of thing. Then you could buy the model paints because you'd be getting through it and not having it dry or anything on you. And you wouldn't feel bad because you'd actually be using them for customer projects. Okay, so it looks like I got all my botched areas. I'm not too worried about these teeths right here with an F. They didn't get botched too bad. Okay. Então, consertei todas as áreas que eu pus um pouco de tinta, então fiz tudo branco de novo. E a gente agora vai começar com essa parte branca aqui, que vai ser mais um cinza bem claro, que nem aqueles castelo de rei e rainhas. All right, so I got my notes here. And we're going to do kind of something similar, not 100% similar. But we're going to bust out now a nice light gray. So let me gather some colors, and I'm going to move this out of the way. And so we got this gray. And I want like a lighter earthy brown. And then we're going to dry brush with a very light gray. All right, so just have to get in my head what I'm doing. So let's see how, ooh, that's kind of dark. So let's do this and white. We're not going to do the bone anymore. So this and a little bit of white, and see what kind of earthy gray we can come up with. So let me get you guys in this vision right here. And I'm going to use this white that you guys totally cannot see. So let's just move it on over right there. Since we were using this white, I'm going to go ahead and put the gray. Let's see how that looks. And let me mix it with our little mixing guy here, but let me clean them first. Another frugal moment, indeed. Oh, so Silvio is saying that he asked the question in Discord and you already responded. Awesome. All right, I'll get to Discord later tonight. Sometimes I think, you know, I should probably fire it up on this computer here. That way I have it and I can keep peeping over, see what you guys are talking about. All right, so you see how light this gray is. So we're gonna kind of pick stones and do kind of the same thing I mean, almost like exactly the same thing, but totally different colors. And I'm going to splotch it a little bit more rather than doing exact stones, you know, in that way. So for this, let me think about the brush that I want to use. And we're working with such tight, like, areas. So it's a little challenging. But we'll do it. We'll do it. Get these brushes ready. Então, vou preparar esses pincel, tirar a maioria da água, getting them as dry as I can. Oh, and he was asking about, the Arduino. Oh, okay. I imagine, you know, either an Arduino project he's doing or the Arduino project we're doing. All right. So, what am I going to use? It needs to be kind of small. I kind of like this guy right here. Yeah, I'll use him. All right, so we're going to kind of do the same thing. And I'll start kind of on this edge right here. Então, Silvio, essa parte vai ser um cinza bem claro e a gente vai fazer mais ou menos a mesma coisa que a gente fez com essas pedras. A gente vai fazer, pintar algumas pedras cor de cinza, aí a gente vai pintar uma outra pedra, tudo cores assim claras. And then as I work my way out, see how like the gray is getting lighter? So we've kind of created a gradient from a dark gray to a light gray. And I'm going to put a little bit more gray, which is much easier to do on these flat, larger stones. I mean, creating gradients is kind of tough on here. And we're going to make a very light tan. I mean, really, really light tan and kind of do the same thing. But I'm going to go on here. Kind of do something like that. And I'm going to turn this around and make sure we get our little crevice here. And I'm going to just do the same on this area. So let me see which ones I picked to be gray, because these are all part of the same stone. It's like a wraparound stone, so we want to make sure we, you know, we match it up. I don't know, I think that gray is looking pretty good against the earthy tone. Now, you can also do stippling brushes. There's so many ways to do stones. Like, the way I'm doing it is neither like the definitive or, you know, the best way. It really depends on the effect that you're going for. And the stippling brush really helps when, say you're doing a really big project. Oh, hell to the no. Are you going to be cutting up and texturizing like little rocks like that? I would even smack you if you decided to do that. I'd be like, no, did you not see the hell I went through? So in that case, you would probably be using, you know, you can use the pink stuff still, and you would probably be more like carving your stones in or doing it with the mechanical pencil, just making some of these grooves in there to make it look like stone. So for that, the stippling brush is great. Like, obviously use your aluminum foil, you know, get that texture going. But then after that, I like to use a wire brush that I bash, not hard, you know, but you create little pores, and that's what I did here. I created little pores. But you see that these stones are like nowhere near as detailed as this. Number one, because they're just a different type of stone. That's, you know, the biggest reason why they're different. And But if you're doing a project where it's a big project, so the big reason why you're using like a foam core board or something like this, and you can't put as much detail, but you want, the stones to look more like this, one of the things you can do is use a stippling brush, and it creates like a lot of like little polka dot type things and, type effect, and it makes your rocks look more realistic. But because we have so much texture going on, we don't really need, a stippling brush for this project. And so Sylvia is asking, like, are you doing like one yes, one no, like every other one? And no, just like we did before, we're totally randomizing this. Então, Silvio, em vez de fazer uma sim, outra não, eu tô escolhendo de qualquer jeito. A gente não tá tentando fazer de um jeito que você vê uma ordem. A gente tá fazendo só natural. Então, talvez aqui só uma pedra. E a gente vai fazer mais ou menos a mesma técnica daqui, que depois a gente vai unir todas as cores com a cor branco. Então, em vez de usar a cor de osso, aquele creme, a gente vai usar branco. Aí a gente vai fazer uma água preta. E essa água preta a gente vai cobrir tudo. Aí vai ficar bem legal mesmo, porque enclareceu muito, ficou muito claro aqui. Então aquela água preta vai escurecer. E a água preta vai entrar em todos os buraquinhos da pedra. Então vai fazer, vai deixar ela ficar mais que nem pedra ainda. Alright, so I only did one here. And how many did I do here? Oh, I only did one. So maybe I'll pick a second one. Maybe I'll do this guy right here. So Silvio is saying, are your parents proud of your creativity? So my dad was actually, my dad's also very, very creative, and he's a DIYer, so he'll try and tackle anything he'll tackle, He doesn't care. And yeah, it doesn't always come out right, I'll admit. I remember some repairs could have gone better, but you try. So I've always liked engineering type topics. All right, so I'm just kind of trying to randomize this as much as possible. Okay, I haven't done like a top rock yet, so I'll do a top rock over here. Então, Silvio, meu pai também é muito criativo, ele gosta de engenharia, difícil essa palavra, mas ele mexe com eletricidade, ele gosta de instalar tudo isso, luz, tudo isso, e então eu sempre gostei de assistir. E eu nasci sempre interessada em coisas eletrônica, projetos eletrônicos, robô. Nossa, como eu gosto de robô. Eu quero fazer um robô uns desses dias. Então, talvez o próximo projeto, talvez a gente faz um robô. Ó, que legal. Assim que a gente acabar com esse castelo e o dragão, talvez a gente faz um projeto de robô. Talvez eu faça um robô escravo. Vai me fazer um café. Vai limpar meu quarto. Aí o robô sai correndo. Alright, so I think I'm trying to avoid doing like one yes, one no, one yes. So I guess I'll put this guy maybe here. Now, the one drawback I find with the stippling brush is that it's easy to get your entire rocky surface looking too uniform. And the stippling brush adds, a lot of very cool effects and texture, like a rocky texture to it. If you use it all over your piece, then your entire structure looks the same. Versus doing something like that, like this, you have your unifying dry brush, but then it's like there's something a little bit different, you know, about it, about the stones. They don't all look the same. So it's really to each his own, I would say, on that. And I kind of started trying this technique and kind of stumble. I always watch videos of terrain builders or some like really great people. And when I stumble upon a technique that is new and the outcome was just spectacular, I'm like, oh, I gotta try this, you know? So I've only scratched the surface with trying this technique. I saw a guy do it on his, I believe it was a Warhammer miniature terrain. I'll have to find that video again. And I thought, what a good idea of, because I've always struggled. I've always painted rocks gray and different forms of gray, you know, just gray, kind of boring. And they look good, you know, but it wasn't, I don't know. It just never like blew my socks off or anything like that. There was something more. It always looked a little bit flat. And other people's rocks seemed to pop. And that's when I started adding browns or mixing a little bit of yellow with the gray. Like if you're going to do a big old gray castle, mixing a little bit of yellow adds enough interest to your gray. It'll still be gray. You can mix in a little bit of green, blue. I mean, any color really is one of the reasons I like this dark gray here. I don't know where it went off to, but it has the little blue, the same dark gray that we used for our dragon. I think is pretty cool. Luckily, we don't have as many of these white areas to contend with. Ooh, I got to do the windows, the little windows. So I know I've always wanted to build some kind of robot project. So I was telling Silvio, I don't know, maybe I'll build like a robot slave, like, bring me coffee. Although, no, I wouldn't have the heart to treat the robot bad. That's just not me. So I think a robot project would be cool. And he is saying that he wants a robot to wash his clothes, to sweep the floor, and a couple other things. That would be nice. Although I have a robot for that. I have the Roomba. And that thing is awesome. If you have pets, oh my gosh, the Roomba is the best. And we got the pet version of the Roomba. Oh yeah. I was skeptical. I am not going to lie. I was like, really, this little thing is going to like go around your whole house and know to do the whole house? It's pretty accurate. You know, I'm not going to say it's 100%, but it's one of those, like if you're running out of time and you just want a quick vacuum because the hair is just piling up, you know, from the dogs. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, so we grayified a couple of the stones there, and I think I'm going to do the same with our little windows. So if you look, this brush is probably entirely too big, but we're gonna go as careful as we can. Então, Silvio, eu tô fazendo a mesma coisa. Eu tô selecionando algumas pedras aqui para fazer cinza. Na janela e nessa parte daqui, aí a gente também vai fazer nessa parte daqui. We gotta get to these teeth. All right. Do a little gray speed painting. I can't believe I got in here with a mechanical pencil and created a couple ridges. That was a feat. I don't know, Dave, you're building kind of like a robot, like that security rover. That's kind of robotic. That'll be cool. I know my cats would be like, who are you? A robot? prepare to meet your demise. I think the robot would win, though. My cats are kind of lazy. I think the robot would win against my cats. All right. What is Sue saying about the windows? Yeah, so he's saying the windows are a lot more work because they're tiny. Silvio, essas janelinhas, eu quase não pus isso daqui, porque eu tava sabendo que ia dar um trabalho, mas no último minuto eu decidi fazer. E agora eu tenho que pintar, mas é pequenininha. Oh, guys, we got there. So we're done with we're not done with the gray. I gotta do this. Now you'll notice that this is kind of like one continuous thing. So we're just going to pick a couple segments and we'll paint like the teeth and kind of paint like, we'll just kind of break it up into our own areas. So I'll just do that. Maybe half of this guy will be gray. Like that. And it'd be helpful if I painted where you guys can actually see, right? That would be a very nice thing to do. Then maybe I'll pick this area here. And I just have to like bring it towards me so I can see the top here. There we go. See the top of it. So basically now what we're doing is adding like the undertones of everything. This is like a marathon stream. But I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I told you guys, I warned you. I was like, this is going to be a long one, guys. Brace yourselves. All right. Now the huts will not get an ink wash. So what I may do is finish up the white portions, which, since we're so close anyways, ink wash this thing, let it dry and attack the huts. The huts are literally just going to get a dry brush, I think, of bone. I haven't decided yet. So there's no like super technique to learn with our huts. And so this gray thing I'm kind of trying out for the first time. And in typical Rachel fashion, we're trying it out right on the project because why not? Well, why not? And we're just kind of like splotching different areas, and then we'll do like a light tan type of area. And I think those are the only two colors we'll need to do. Then we're going to dry brush in white, similar to what we did here, but in white. And then ink wash the darn thing. And for the ink wash, yeah, I prefer it to be upright. So that way the water falls at like rain would. My robot is bigger than your cat's. So, Sueview thinks. Oh, Dave, my eyeballs went to the wrong comment line. So that was from Dave. Yeah, I'm thinking the cats will take like one look and be like, I could take this Dave's robot. And then 2 seconds later, they'll be like, I'm over it. This robot is huge. My cats love to like pretend to be brave and then they like back out at the very last minute. All right. I like these weekend streams. I know it's like tough to you know, I expect people to pop in and out. I never expect you guys to sit through a whole stream, but it's a great day for me because I end up getting like, that's when I make my big advances in my projects, you know, before the stream. So tomorrow I'm working a lot on our song making, you know, just to make sure. I like making slides, you know, so of all the notes for people who aren't musicians. We can have sheet music, we can have references and stuff, so that way everyone, you know, can feel that they can participate. So I get a ton of that stuff done during the weekends. And then during the day, we've been doing a lot of our streamings during the day. I'm in here anyways, you know, so it's easier to do it that way. All right, so we are finished with our light gray for now. I'm going to put it aside because we probably will come back to it. Where be my... This is like getting smaller and smaller. I don't think there's much dry spots on it anymore, so I'll grab another one. Então a gente acabou com um cinza claro. Só agora, talvez a gente vai voltar com ele, mas agora eu vou misturar um marrom bem claro mesmo, e a gente vai usar branco para misturar esse marrom. All right, so let's see what kind of brown I want. I'm kind of leaning towards this brown here, which is, oh, this one's poo color too. So maybe we've discovered the secret of castles is like, just make it like somebody took a big poo on it and there, boom, you got your castle. So I'm just going to open these up and see kind of where I'm fancying. That's really dark, but I think we can work with it. And, oh, I'm liking this one. I'm liking our raw sienna. So let's get this fired up. And I still have some of my green moss, which I gotta tap into that green moss, but I'm gonna make it lighter. I am definitely gonna make it lighter. So here I'm gonna go in this section right here. And we're not going to need, we are not done with the, you know what? I'll get the top portion of the castle done and then we'll just do the bottom portion here in a little bit. And lots of white. I need this real light. Let's see what that looks like. Então, vamos ver essa mistura aqui. Nossa, tá muito branco. Eu acho que eu pus muito branco. I might have put a little too much white. I overcompensated, people. Oh. No, guys. That might be kind of good. No, a little bit more. Darn. It's like a lot of paint. I hate wasting paint. That's one of the reasons I hate mixing. I'm like the worst paint mixer. Oh my gosh. I'm terrible at mixing paint. And that's like, that's why I buy like so many colors. So that way, like there's always a color that is going to work or close enough. Or when you put it on top of another color that's still kind of wet, it's like golden. Right. That's a little bit better. It's kind of fleshy color. Look, it's like skin color almost. All right. Então tá cor de pele aqui que a gente tem. So you can see if you compare it to like our other brown, how much darker it was. It's a little pinky, but I'm gonna put this little dark guy here. There we go. Get rid of the pink. At least in my eyes, it looks pink. Ficou pouco cor-de-rosa, então eu pus marrom mais escuro para ver se a gente tira pouco esse cor-de-rosa. There we go. I like that better. I don't know if it made that huge of a difference, but it has pleased me. I am pleased with this mixture. So we will do it. And where did I put the paintbrush? Here it is. All right, I'm gonna move this out of the way and let's do some of this. And yes, we still have to do these wings and just a little bit of this. So those parts are easy. We'll tackle the top part and then we'll tackle that bottom part. Then we shall dry brush the white and then acrylic wash. All right, so let's see. I guess I'll take this guy right here. Now this looks really bad. Yeah, that looks kind of terrible. But I got faith. I got faith in this. That it too will return to how it needs to be. I was creating gradients and stuff before, but I'm kind of getting brave. I'm gonna go for it. Worst case scenario, guys, it's so bad. If it looks bad, we can always repaint it white and give it another go with another technique. I'm not too worried. It's more like these rocks, because the more you keep repainting these rocks, the more detail you start to lose. I don't know if you guys have ever painted molding over and over again. Like, say it's an old house and you repaint the molding yet again, and all those like crevices start to get shallower and shallower and all the details start to get obliterated. It's kind of the same thing. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the tops of these. I totally forgot. Not all of them have to have two bands of this skin color ugliness. Yeah, that is ugly color. It's like a salamander poo. We're covering all the animals here. We got salamanders. I think I'll only do a few rocks in this horrific color. Watch it end up looking like amazing, and I'll be like, oh, I should have done more rocks in this color. But the rocks of the castle, I think, are starting to look better now. I might have prejudged. I might have judged too harshly. Oh, I gotta do the windows too. Oh my gosh. Luckily, this white portion is not as plentiful. And Sue was saying this is like a beige color, yeah, rather than like a tanny tan. And yet, it's more like a beige color. I concur. É, Silvio, essa cor é mais bege. Mas eu acho meio feio essa cor. Tá muito feia mesmo. Mas a gente vai continuar e a gente vai usar essa mesma técnica aqui e vai cobrir um pouco essas cores. Então, eu não vou me assustar ainda. Eu tô querendo me assustar, mas eu vou continuar com essa cor feia aqui. E é a mesma coisa, a gente tá tentando achar cores assim que combina, mas não muito escuro. Porque eu quero que essa parte fica mais clara e cinza. All right, then we're gonna have to mix up like a really, really light gray. way lighter than that. And that's going to be our overbrush. And then once we ink wash, these are some steps you guys are not going to see, but when we ink wash the whole thing, the ink wash has got to dry. After that, if I feel it's gone way too dark, I'll do another very light, much lighter than what we've done here, layer of dry brush of the bone. And then after that, if you want to add some cool highlights just in certain areas, you can bust out the white and do, a very, very light white dry brush. I don't think it'll get that far. I don't want this castle to go too light. So I may be happy with it after the acrylic wash. And I'll post pictures once it dries. Like, you guys will definitely see it in all its glory. Yeah, we'll do, oh cool, we're done with this horrific color, at least on this part of the castle. We're about to add it to the others. Have it be real ugly. Where was I? Oh, right here. I overturned the castle. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit up this this area here. And I'm not going to put too much of this color. And we do want to keep some areas, white. We don't want to like do all the areas in this color, in this hideousness. Little salamander poo. I suppose, if frogs and salamanders are crawling up on this castle, they're going to leave their debris all over the place. Oh, the dogs probably thought somebody was knocking on the door with me knocking this thing around. All right, guys, after this, I'm going to have to grab lunch and dinner. I didn't have either. So hopefully you guys are enjoying something delicious on my behalf. So you can see I'm just like speckling a couple areas, being less liberal with this color because I am not digging it at all. I can envision, I think it's going to look good. That's what I'm telling myself. Ooh, we got a little bit of a loose tooth there. Just kind of leave it gently. And now all I'm going to do, now that my brush is kind of dry, see how there's like stark lines where they meet? I'm just going to kind of blend their meeting areas. It's a little bit different when you have like individual stones. You don't have to do this as much, but on here it's a little bit weird. So where they obviously meet. All right, I think I got that. Oh, we got to do the windows with this hideousness. All right. Salamanders, they're thorough. They're going to hit up the windows too. Like birds. They're like, oh, did you just wash your car? Let me help you with that. Let me polish that for you. No. Don't dive bomb my car. Guys, this might be the record for the longest stream. I think so. we are doing it though. Listen, I'd be doing this anyways. Regardless. So it's always, oh, I think, did I get that? Did I nick it? Maybe a little bit. So I prefer to do it with company. And you guys can jump in and out as you please. There we go. Dave is Googling salamander poo. I know, now I'm like super curious as to what it looks like. And Dave's like, he's just getting hungry. Here's a virtual snack. I am snacking on them chicken legs. All right, where was I? Here. And Silvio is saying, vai escurecer pouco, certo? Eu acho que sim. Quando ele secar, ele vai escurecer, mas a gente vai pintar de leve cinza mais apagado do que esse. Então, a gente não vai notar tanto esse bege. Where was I? Right here. Tá meio feinho. Eu não gosto muito dessa cor. Tá feio. So Silvio just switched it to the TV, this stream, and he's like, oh my God, I can see so much more detail. Me, I have never watched my streams on TV, so I might just check it out and see kind of how they look. A little bit of recon, right? Que legal, Silvio. Eu sei que a maioria das pessoas gostam de assistir na televisão. Eles põem aqui, assistem eu fazer o projeto, eles vão fazendo os projetos dele, vira a cabeça, vê aonde eu estou no projeto, continua o projeto deles. Então vai fazendo coisa na casa e vai assistindo na televisão mesmo. Alright, so that colors. Ugh. Alright, but while we're at it, we might as well do the rest of the castle, like, you know, this part right here. We might as well attack this color here. Listen, sometimes you just gotta paint with some hideous colors. And for castle and wizard castles, we're finding that the organic poos work really well. And Dave is saying, I'm actually working on coding robot stuff on my laptop, so I'm getting a lot done in this record stream. I love it. I was just telling Silvio, and I was about to repeat it back, so I guess I shall do that now. He put it on his TV, and I said a lot of people watch on, at least from what they've told me, they watch on TV. They put it on TV because they can keep the stream going, work on their own stuff, you know, take a peek once in a while, which is like kind of the way this is meant to be. This is not meant to like sit down in front of and just watch. It's, you know, it's real time. These things take time. So I do not expect anyone to do that. I fully expect people to just kind of be having this in the background, chirping in, you know, anytime they want, when they have an idea, or to give something a thumbs up or a hearty thumbs down, like I'm giving this color right here. I just put my hand right in the bone color, the wet bone color. But yeah, I'm giving this color a thumbs down. I am hoping that it's, sometimes you got to paint with colors you don't like to get the effect, but I'm hoping it's worth it. My disdain for this color will actually pay off. It's pretty ugly. That's pretty ugly. I figure, like, even if I were to cut the stream short, I'd still be here painting, so I might as well, like, get this on video. Right? Because it's too hard to, like, tape yourself doing it, and then it's just, like, a whole bunch of quiet. All right, that's all of this horrific color that I'm going to add on there. Now, this is not as visible, so I don't care if it's kind of ugly. So we can add more salamander poo on here. with that. And I have an idea to kind of blend this together. Ooh, it just hit me. I'm doing it. Oh, I didn't clean up these stones as much, but that's okay. That's okay. I have an idea. I forgot to clean these stones back here. Oh, so Dave is also saying that's how he catches details. I'm gonna relay that to Silvio. Então, Silvio, Dave também tá falando que ele assiste na televisão. E ele prefere assistir na televisão. Ele assiste todos esses programas e todos os meus projetos porque ele vê muito mais detalhe com tudo. Então, ele prefere assistir na televisão também. Oh, here's a piece of foam that escaped. All right. And yeah, if I were to do this again, I probably would not have put this on the base quite yet. It's kind of awkward to paint. But like we said, this is kind of a first time project, so we kind of figure out the steps as we go. And if we were to do something similar next time, we'd be like, oh yeah, don't be attaching this here. Like putting the dragon on. Remember, like I was trying to put the dragon on and I'm like, why? Can you imagine trying to, I would never be able to do this with a dragon on attached to here. I would have to be getting in all weird positions trying to paint this thing. So yeah, that would have been not so good. Oh, be nice if you guys could see what I was doing. Oh, that's a tummy rumble. That's my belly. Go on, feed me. And also, I hate this color. Even my stomach is like, oh, it's churning. Just by the look of it, it's like, oh, I don't feel so good. Pretty bad. All right, yeah. I've had enough with that poop color. I don't know about you guys, but I am kind of over it. So all I'm going to do is, now that I have a brush, a dry brush, kind of, I'm just going to splotch. Então, Silvio, como o meu pincel está um pouco seco, eu só vou espalhar a cor um pouco assim. Assim não fica tão uma linha reta. E essas pedras são diferentes dessas pedras, então é mais fácil fazer isso. All right. Yeah, if I were to name like a color in our streams that we've painted with that I just don't have any love for, it would be this one. I think this even more so than the burnt sienna, the witch poo, the baby poo, and baby poo's gross, you know, so I'm kind of disliking this more than baby poo. Então vai tomar achocolatado, então. Então vai lá. Me serve um também. Oh. All right, so I'm taking still this dry brush and I'm trying to just kind of like blend this horror a little bit more. Actually, I'll do it with the gray. Yeah. I'll bring the gray into it. And all I'm doing is just jabbing gray. So it just kind of joins the ugly salamander poo color a little bit, and you get a little bit of a gradient. So unlike here where we picked out individual rocks, here we're kind of blending from one color to the other, but while still leaving some white. And what I'm going to do here with the gray, if I haven't done so already, is kind of poke it into the white a little bit. Just so we don't get stark lines on this type of stone, because the cuts in it are so shallow that it looks a little bit weirder when one stone is so different than the next stone. And I haven't washed my brush, so we still have like a bit of a mixture going on with these colors, which is kind of what we want. Except the gray. The gray is like, do not put me on that poo color, please. I would appreciate it if I just kind of get my own thing. Like, please, that's disgusting. Yeah, I prefer to do this with the gray. This is the worst part, is the window, because there's so much of it. All right, dirty that up. I think that's it. I just have to put some gray on the parts below that we didn't tackle yet. I kind of forgot to do that. Then we can do our blend and then our ink wash. And the hope is that this will work out the way it is in my head. So let's hope that that's the case. Longest stream in the world. Normally I try and keep them to about 2 hours, 3 at the most, right? The 3-hour tour, basically, that no one comes back from. And once in a while we do go over. Yeah, it really depends. Like sometimes I feel like if I'm in a home stretch or something and I can just get the project done, then I keep it going. Oh yeah. But like I said, I'd be doing this anyways. And all I'm doing here is doing the same thing, just kind of blending the gray into the white a little bit so it's not so, here's a gray line, you know, very stark. So I think that's pretty good. And I'm going to hit up this little window right here with grays, because we haven't done any gray, to offset this hideous baby poo color. Get that done. Like this project feels like there's still a lot to do, but I don't think so. I think it's like, it seems like there's a lot, but I don't think there is. The other stuff is not as time consuming. This is the time consuming part. Definitely building the dragon, which I did not anticipate was going to be so huge. And then this, of course, we all know this is time consuming. painting. All right, and I'm kind of blending this gray with a poo. All right, and I'm going to grayify our little window here since we didn't get to it. This one I'm blending a little bit less. Okay. Oh, we got the bench in the back. Darn. I'm just gonna do the stone right here, and then we'll get the bench where the dragon sits. That'll be pretty good. All right, that's looking good. And now let's just get this thing wrapped up right here. Yes, we can do our dry brushing. And that's really like the moment of truth. Like if the dry brushing already looks horrible, the acrylic wash will make it look better, but it's not like a silver bullet, you know. So you definitely want to like the way it looks at the dry brush stage, or else you got problems. Oh yeah, you do got some problems. Probably don't have to paint up here because it's not even going to be seen, but for good measure. And I'm going to wipe off some of the excess so I can kind of blotch it into the next block a little bit and kind of blotch it away. There we go. And you can see it's not like it's artistic or anything. It's just so you don't have like a stark line like that. It's not noticeable when you do this type of stone, when you have the different stones, the different colors. But when you have something like this, it's a little bit weirder. All right, I'm going to paint here. And I'll come back when I have less paint on the brush. Kind of blend everything together. So I made up for it. I know that this stream kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed. And I'm like, see, I made up for it. Do an extra long one for you guys. Oh, here I am. I lost my stone. And Dave is saying dibs on playing the professor. Oh yeah, he was my favorite. And I liked Marianne. Gilligan, of course. I mean, who could not like Gilligan? He was such a goof. I did like him. He's a great character. And taking like my brush now that it's kind of like not got too much gray on it. And blend that out. All right. So I think I got some good gray going on this side, but I got almost nothing going on this side. So I'm going to pick, since I picked the big stone on that side, I'm going to pick this kind of inner stone right here. And I Dream of Jeannie. Oh my gosh, another great show. Green Acres. I'm naming all the platinum hits here. Green Acres. What else that I used to watch and just love? Bewitched. That was another good one. Get Smart. With Agent 99, which of course she secretly saved the day all the time. All right, so I think I got a decent amount of grays going on here. I think I need a little bit more gray going on this side. I only have like one thing. So maybe down here, maybe one more block. Not quite sure what I'm doing with this bare area. Maybe painting it black eventually. I'll figure it out. Like I should have done the rest of the PVC pipe. Paint it black. But I do notice the white speckles way less now. Way less. So we may not have that much more to cover. Like our ink wash doesn't look like it's going to have to work that hard, which is what I was trying to say. All right, I want to put one more gray block on here. Then I will read my notes and see if there's anything else I wanted to do with this before wrapping it up and doing our little, what is it? The dry brush. The dry brush on it. Oh, right here. All right. Let's splotch it. This is where you can use a stipling brush or a stipling sponge, but this crevice is like so small that we'll go without it. So the next thing I'm going to do is just grab a little bit of, I might not need the white. Yeah, I don't need it. All right, let me confirm my notes here, make sure I'm not losing any type of like effect that I wanted to do before we do it. So now I did kind of want to mix these colors together. We're mixing salamander poo and really, really light gray. Let's see what we get. Então agora eu estou misturando o cinza bem claro com esse bege aqui. Que nem a gente fez da outra vez, a gente misturou as duas cores. Vamos ver que dá. Let's see what this atrocity is gonna bear. If it's really bad, I might not use it. If it's really bad. I don't know. Let me move this thing out of the way because the camera wants to focus on that little tower. And I'm not going to be the only one looking at this horror that I'm putting together. That's actually not bad. I mean, I like this color better than that color. I would have gone with something like this any day. All right, let me just splotch a little bit of that on here. And we're not going to really be painting stones. I'm just going to do a splotchery while I have this. Because I am just, that beige is horrible. It's Band-Aid color, which is even worse. You know, it's worse than salamander poo. I'd rather have like salamander poo over Band-Aid color. It's actually a little bit similar to the other one, so I don't think I'm going to use too much. Too much. All right, so now I'm gonna mix up a very light, like the lightest gray I can think of mixing. And we're gonna use that to just do our brushing. And we'll see how that looks. Like I noticed some spots here where I didn't really blend this ugly color out very much. So we'll go ahead and do that. Hideous. This color is actually so much better than the beige. Oh my gosh. It's kind of brown tone. It's really nice. I should have come up with it first. All right. You guys can kind of see what's going on. Yeah, I like that color way better than the beige. Do a couple of stones here. It's similar but different enough. It's definitely got more of a browny, earthy tone versus a fleshy tone. Go. And we're not going to really do so much of the green situation on this one. I may actually go over a little bit of the beige very slightly. I don't want to eliminate this beige because it, you know, just because I don't like it, it's still got a function. It's got a job to do. Então, Silvio, que material eu usei? Eu tô pensando da palavra. Eu vou te mostrar. Aí, se você falar a palavra, aí eu vou saber. Então, deixa eu pegar um pedaço. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. So Silvio's asking me what I made the rocks from, because he didn't see that part. So, Silvio, eu fiz as pedras com pedaços disso aqui. E eu cortei, aí eu usei uma faquinha para fazer todos os detalhes, mas eu cortei pedaços. É que você usa na casa para segurar o calor ou o frio, assim não vaza calor e frio. E você paga bastante dinheiro na calefação. Então é isso. Então, se você saber o nome do material, fala aí. Eu vou aprender mais uma coisa. Aí essa parte branca aqui, esses pedaços brancos, é feito disso. Mesma coisa, mas mais fino. Alright. Alright, I think that is all I want to do. Just giving everything a look-see. And yeah, let's mix up our very, very light gray. Ooh, I I got a mess to clean up. I am not kidding. Isopor, é mesmo. Eu tinha esquecido essa palavra, é isopor. Então, tem esse isopor que é branco, que as crianças usam para projeto de escola. E geralmente tem uma cor, assim, ou preto ou vermelho, mas eu arranquei só para ficar o isopor. E o isopor roxo é que eu gosto de usar para fazer essas pedras aqui, porque você pode pôr mais detalhe naquele isopor. Mas o isopor branco, assim, de escola, eu uso para essas pedras mais simples, porque é bem barato. Você paga $1, e é desse tamanho, assim. E você leva para casa, dá para fazer um monte de projeto. Então, eu tento usar aquele outro bem baratinho, aquele isopor. Ok. So, I was just telling him the difference between the pink or the purple and the white and why we chose the different colors, which we've kind of discussed in the past. So I'm going to try and mix up a very light gray. All right. Então agora eu vou misturar um cinza bem claro, mas tão claro o máximo possível. So I'm going to try and do it kind of in this area right here. A little bit of gray. And maybe half and half. That might be a bit too much white. I feel like Bob Ross, mixing it up. Although he had like a much bigger knife. I have one. I don't know where oh, it's right here. This guy right here is much easier. So I'm thinking I'm liking that gray. It's a nice gray. Que é aqui cinza bem clarinho, quase branco. Quase branco. Então a gente vai usar a mesma técnica. All right, so now I'm going to try and think of what paintbrush I'm going to use. Because as much as I would love to use like this big old giant one, we're going to run into some issues. So I think I'm going to stick with this guy right here because it's big enough but small enough such that I'm not going to like run into the work that we've already done. So let me kind of get these things out of the way and let's start to dry brush this sucker. And rather than use a paper towel, I'm just kind of like spreading this out thinner and thinner and thinner until there's barely any paint. And we'll begin our dry brushing procedure. So you'll note the whole thing will kind of become gray, lean very gray. Actually, I might want that a little bit more white. So what I'm going to do is try and separate a little bit here and put in a little bit more white. White, you got to say the H's like Bob Ross. Oh, that's too much white. Eu vou experimentar fazer pouco mais claro. I'm going to lighten up this gray here. All right. That might be better. There we go. Let's see if that'll catch. There. And which ones are you guys seeing? This one. Okay. And it may not be too noticeable quite yet, because we didn't go too nuts. But you can get a sense for the color, you know, right there. It's a very, very light gray. And we're just gonna gray the heck out of this castle. And for this, when we do our acrylic wash, I will for sure be going over with a layer of white on this guy right here. And what is Sylvie saying? Oh yeah, he's just realizing like, oh crap, did you cut all those out? Então, Silvio, demorou para fazer cada pedrinha. E quando eu comecei, eu pensei, ah, não vai demorar tanto. Aí você começa a cortar uma, cortar outra, assistindo televisão, cortando. Aí você olha o horário, nossa, como passou tempo. Levou dias para fazer isso. E eu pensei que não ia levar tanto tempo. Mas quando eu tava na parte de metade, por que parar? Então eu continuei fazendo tudo. Aí de repente acabei. Mas demorou muito cortar cada pedrinha. Fazer todos os detalhes em cada pedrinha. O jeito mais fácil de fazer é cortar um monte de pedrinha do mesmo jeito. Pega uma faca e corta um monte. Aí você põe assim dentro. Tô pensando como é que eu vou explicar. Sabe o café? Vem naquele jarro de café? Então, você põe todas as pedrinhas que você cortou de isopor lá dentro. Aí, põe umas pedras de verdade lá dentro também. Aí, chacoalha. E as pedras, tudo deixa uma marquinha no teu isopor. E marquinha que até parece pedra. Porque é pedra que você pôs lá dentro. Então, esse é um truque que você pode fazer essas pedras bem mais rápido. Mas não vai ser o nível de detalhe que você está vendo aqui. Mas é um jeito de fazer rapidamente, se precisar. All right, so I told him, don't freak out. Take a whole bunch of rocks, stick them in a coffee can, shake, and call it a day. All right, so I'm going to experiment with just doing white. See what happens. I think I'm going to put white over this before we do our acrylic wash. Do like another coat of just dry brush white and see what happens. I am liking this dry brush gray, but it's not blending the way I wanted it to blend. So rather than dry brushing, I'm doing more of like an over brushing. So Silvio liked the idea of the coffee can. He was like, oh, thank God that there's an easier way to do it. Of course, you don't get the level of detail, but it's still good. You still get some good detail. And he did not see the aluminum ball trick either. Aí você pega essas pedrinhas quando você para de chacoalhar. E o outro truque é para pegar um pedaço de alumínio. Aí faz uma bola com ele. Faz uma bola. Aí pega o alumínio e bate no isopor. Vai batendo. E esse alumínio deixa um monte de marquinha que parece até de pedra. Então, aí você fica com mais detalhe ainda. Não quanto tanto isso, mas um bom nível de detalhe. Então, se você chacoalha com pedrinha, aí pegar o alumínio e faz uma bola com alumínio e bate no isopor, essas duas coisas te dão um efeito legal. And it would be nice if I kind of colored where you guys could see. All right. And gotta do the windows. I thought this would be the fastest part, but it's quite tedious. I think especially since the area is so tiny that we're painting in. So you gotta like take it slow. But I think we're almost done the windows. But I gotta do the actual windows themselves. That I cannot forget to do. My aluminum ball. Oh, there it is. I'll show Silvia what I mean. Aqui está meu pedaço de alumínio, tá vendo? Aí você bate na pedra e dá esse efeito aqui. Todas as rugas no alumínio vai nas tuas pedras. Então fica bem bonito, fica bem legal mesmo. Então, alright. Where am I? What did I do? I'm on here. I think I did it. Yeah. So let me grab this window situation here. See if I can do these windows with this brush. Nope, too much. Oh, I'm hammering. My poor windows. My poor windows are like, you worked so hard on us, now you're obliterating all of our details. There we go. It's like, take it easy with that business there. The gray. Very, very lightest gray in the world. This thing is almost white. All right, I still have other parts of the castle, but this is the toughest part of the castle. All right, now we're just gonna dry brush this situation. And for this, I'm doing a lot more dry of a brush than I did for these rocks because the level of detail in these stones here is a little bit less, you know, because it is the foam core board. So it's not as deep as with our other boards. So you don't want to go too tough on it. You don't want to be too hard on it. Então, agora eu estou usando a mesma técnica com esse cinza bem clarinho. Eu estou pintando de leve, com pincel mais ou menos seco. Não tem muita tinta. Então, você está aprendendo a coisa hoje e eu também estou aprendendo. Aprendi algumas palavras novas ou lembrando palavra. Como eu não falo muito português aqui, eu esqueço da palavra. Mas, quando eu assisto uma novela ou alguma coisa assim, eu lembro todas as palavras de novo. Aí você lembra, rápido você lembra. Mas quando você não usa muito, vai esquecendo. Então, é legal. Agora eu tô lembrando mais. Isopor, lodo, tudo isso. Alumínio, bolinha de alumínio. All right. So this is what I was like moving off screen ever so slowly. Kind of tough to tell, like, have I done this section yet? But no, here I can tell it's the salamander poo is very strong. The force is strong in this one, the salamander poo force. So after we do our acrylic wash, which is coming up as soon as I finish this this situation here. I was going to do another white dry brushing, but I think I'm going to hold off. Let's see what this acrylic wash does, because it's beginning to blend more. See, now it's not so offensive. Still pretty offensive, but not completely offensive. So let's move on to this little window situation here. Oh, so Silvio made his son a PVC project. Like a PVC cart? Let me see what he's saying. Tô lendo o teu comentário aqui do teu carrinho. Eu fiz pro meu filho uma locomotiva com cano de PVC, madeira entre os outros materiais. Pintei de preto, ele gostou. Era um trabalho de escola que virou um bibelo de estampa. Acontece assim. So Silvio was saying that for his son, he made like a cart, a little motorized cart out of PVC pipes and wood. He painted it black, and it was supposed to be like this simple project. But of course, it turned into a much bigger project because they started to really enjoy themselves, what they were doing. So I'm like, I know what that's like. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Did I grayify the top of the teeth sledge? I did not grayify that. I will come back to it. Good catch. Good catch. Oh, and it would be nice if you guys could kind of see what's going on, wouldn't it? That way you can catch more instances that I'm forgetting to grayify, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Or else you ink wash it and you're like, what the heck? Why does this look so, oh, I where am I? Right there. I overdid it. I overbrushed it. Oh, there's a little guy here. All right, so I'm going to try and do this window, and then we are going to go back to the ledge before I forget. And I'm going to have to kind of turn this like this so I can see what I'm doing here. There we go, and the top of the ledge. And this is going to be a little bit weird for you guys to see, but you might be able to see it. It's a little, oh, it's thinking about where to focus. It's like I just don't quite know where I want to focus. Yeah, and that really needs some gray blending right there. That looks pretty bad. Let me see if I can do this and then back the camera off a little bit because I don't have enough room for you guys to see what's going on. When this gray is on the white, it is like barely noticeable. And that's kind of the idea. Because the acrylic wash is super visible on these lighter colors. Like, oh my gosh, you're going to notice a huge difference. All right, I think I went all the way around. And the last thing to do is to grayify these little butt pillars, dragon butt pillars. Dragon butt support beams. Now we're going to be using the same acrylic wash, so we don't really have to worry about like, keep the wash off of this or keep the wash off of that. And I'll hit up these huts on my own after the acrylic wash dries. And that is literally just a dry brush layer of a lighter tan that I'm going to do. And then I'll take a look at it, the entire piece. If the acrylic wash just has completely obliterated and made it really, really dark, then I'll dry brush the entire thing in a bone. Or the purple stuff in bone, and then the white stuff in white. You can barely see this stuff over the white. kind of nice. All right, we're gonna have a little bit of leftover, but not too much leftover, so we didn't really waste too much paint. It's actually pretty good. But you can see the dry brush kind of, you don't see like the individual Stark stones anymore. So it's pretty much doing the same thing that we did before, and it's just about trying to pick out the right colors. And a little bit of that is practice, experimenting, like we did today with this type of stone. I decided, you know, a couple colors might work, like tans and some grays. And it seemed to work pretty good. So we'll see how this ends up looking, and if it ends up looking good in the end, this will go in our to-do book. Like, this is the way to tackle, you know, one of the ways to tackle light gray stone, like Camelot style stone, Kings and Queens Renaissance Fair type of stones, which I missed this year. I did not do the Renaissance Fair. I haven't done it in a while though, to be honest, which is bad. I usually like doing it near October. It's usually near October, near Halloween, and then their final show is always like the Headless Horseman, you know, so he does the lancing and the battles and stuff like that. So yes, I am ashamed to say I missed it this year. I am also a medieval times fan, that's for sure. If I visit a place and I know that there's a medieval times there, oh, I will go for old time's sake. I enjoy my little, some of them have turkey legs, not all, but sometimes it's chicken. A big old chicken leg that you eat with your bare hands. All right, I think we're done, guys. Okay, did you grayify the top of the teepees? We did that. Let's see here. Eu acho que a gente acabou e a gente vai fazer a última coisa. So, I think we're going to do the last thing. What is Silvio saying? So he's saying that this light color on the white parts ended up looking really good. Yeah, Silvio, eu acho também que ficou muito legal. Eu pensei que talvez estava um pouco muito claro, mas eu acho que com as outras cores, que nem aquele bege feio, ele ajudou, you know, ficar tudo, you know, ele uniu tudo, esse bege. Então a gente agora vai pintar com água, e eu vou pegar um preto e eu vou fazer ele bem aguado. E o que isso vai fazer é essa água preta vai entrar em todos os lugares que é fundo nas pedras. Aí você vai ver bastante, porque agora a gente foi pintando e todos aqueles lugares fundo ficaram agora mais claro. Então a gente vai escurecer de novo, e como a tinta com água, a tinta gosta de ir naquelas áreas profundas. E nas áreas que são mais altas, ela não fica. Então, você não perde a tua cor, mas ela entra naqueles lugares profundos. Então, eu vou misturar. And I think what I'm going to do is, I just explained wet washing to Silvio since he's never seen it before. A lot of us have already seen it. So, I think I'm going to use maybe this brush right here. Então, eu gosto de usar um pincel mais grande. Em projeto bem grande, eu uso esse pincel aqui. Mas, como esse castelo é meio pequeno, eu vou usar esse pincel. Então, so let's start by putting some water. And let me move this castle so it doesn't focus on it. It's like, there we go. All right. So, let me see if I can put... All right. Minha água. And now, the black. And what I'm going to do is, instead of like bleh in there, I am just going to like put it on the brush and we'll start to build it up. This is going to be a hot mess for me to clean. That's kind of like a frog green now. It's turned into like a frog green. It's gotten dark because it started to dry. I put so much green on the castle, I almost don't have to do our moss wash. All right, let's see how this is gonna look. Yeah, I think that's gonna look good now. Okay. And I may dip into the water once again. So the objective is to try and do this with this thing standing up. So let me see if I can create some room, and we'll just have to do it with the front camera so you guys see what's going on. So I'm going to try and put it like as much in front of you guys as possible. I'm going to move this on up like that, right? So, pincel. Chamamos pincel ou tincha. Ok. Mais uma coisa. Estou aprendendo. Ficou bem harmônico. Essa palavra. Essa é uma boa palavra. Então, eu fiz a minha água suja. E então, o que vai acontecer? Eu gosto de pintar do jeito que cai a chuva. Então, a chuva vai cair aqui em cima e vai lavar o castelo. Então, isso aqui deixa ele mais sujo, assim. E a gente vai começar a ver todas as áreas profundas nesse castelo. Aí, a gente vai deixar secar. Então, eu vou falar tchau pra vocês. A gente vai deixar secar. Aí, eu vou tirar foto pra vocês verem como saiu. Eu tenho água aqui, mais água, em caso de ficar muito escuro. Então, o melhor jeito é de pintar dele nessa posição. Então, eu vou pôr assim pra vocês poderem ver. There we go. Ok. Então, this is the scary part. So once this wet wash dries, one of the things you can do is on the white, let dribble in an even thicker, darker wet wash. Because what that'll do is just make it look like dirty rain, even more so. So I'm just adding a little bit more water to this because in my opinion, it was a little dark. It was a little dark. So... And this makes the castle look kind of terrifying. You know, when you do this, the step is always kind of terrifying, but this is also going to help, you know, with our overbrushing. If we went a little bit, you know, too hard on it, too much, I should say, then this will kind of help darken it up a little bit. So Dave is asking, what color is the base going to be? Blackish. That I haven't decided. I don't know that the base is going to be any color. What I might end up doing is flocking the whole thing. And we have to remember a lot of this base is going to be, you know, covered for our electronics and stuff. So I haven't quite decided, you know, what I'm doing with the base and what color we're going to paint it. I'll probably base it something. I'm not quite sure yet what that base will be. It might end up being like a dark green type of base, especially if we end up doing some kind of, you know, dark green flocking to it. So, good question. I don't have an answer for that. But yes, I'm not too super worried about getting our ink wash on there. And I'm going to prepare a little bit more because I kind of ate right through that. And some more black. Do you guys see my black? The big giant one over here. Frog skin color. That's exactly what this nasty green stuff is right here, right beside me. It is some nasty frog skin color. That's faux show. Yeah, so the wooden base, I haven't quite figured that out. I figure we'll put the dragon on there. We'll put our extendo piece for our electronics and see how much base we even have left over. And then that might be just a very dark green and then flock on top of it. It was kind of where I'm going with it for now. Well, for now. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna do it anyways, right? We are ink washing everything, so. And you can also keep ink washing over it. You know, if you're kind of like not digging the way it's looking, you can certainly just give it another ink wash. And with our castle up here, the white portions, I'm going to let this ink wash dry. Then I'm going to make a thicker ink wash and just with a small little paintbrush dot the areas and let that thicker water just kind of make a little dribble. And that's how you get like some very cool, like old, like grimy type of stuff going on. Now I'm going to do this section, even though it's where our dragon is going to lay. It's still good. And I'm adding a little bit more water so it runs down. Kind of what we want. I want it to run down. And I'm not too worried about like our woodwork, you know, on the huts or anything like that. It's just gonna get painted anyway, so I'm not gonna cry too much over it. And looks like I'm gonna have to mix up another batch. Put in some more water. What I probably should do is mix up a big old batch and put it like in a jar. So you always have it ready to go, you know? And you can always make it a little thinner, a little thicker, depending on what you want to do. But your first ink wash, I always like to make really thin. See what it looks like, and then you can start to thicken it up or add thick areas in only certain areas of your castle. And that looks pretty cool, like we're going to do with this white. Once this kind of gets itself situated or dries up, then I'm going to go in and use a thicker like acrylic wash. Not exactly blobby, but you know, that's pretty it's pretty bad right there. All right, I'll paint a little bit like this, and then I'll just like immediately, once we're done, I will flip it so the stuff can do what it's got to do. It's got to run. But see how it's already, like you can see from this angle, it's already seeping into the deep spots. Então, Silvio, nesse ângulo, você já pode ver que a água gosta das áreas que são mais profundas. Então, essa água parece escura agora, tá? Dá um pouco de medo, mas não tem medo. Eu vou pôr uma água aqui. E quando eu virar isso, a água vai correr. Que nem água suja. Eu vou... Like I said, I like to paint this upright, but it's kind of tough to get to all these rocks. So I'm breaking my rule here and painting these this way, and then we'll flip it. It's plenty wet. It's not like it'll dry. You don't want it to dry in this position. So we have plenty of time to do our flip. And again, I'm not too worried about what's happening with the wooden base, because Dave got me thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, right here, I think I came up with a plan. I think he already had me come up with a plan, just like that. Like, that's awesome. Just came to me. It's like, yep, we're going to paint it like... I can't remember if I did this front yet. Maybe I did. Getting a little dark. Let me add a little water here, and I definitely did not do this. Look at how light this whole situation looks. I'm out of my dark stuff. Let me mix up more dark stuff. Vou misturar pouco mais dessa água preta. The nice thing with the acrylic wash too, or ink wash, you know, you can actually buy ink washes ready to go. Is that they remove the brush strokes. You know, when you dry brush, sometimes you do get some brush strokes where it's like obviously, you know, paint. Where something like this makes it more look, I don't know, almost store-bought a little bit. So it's kind of neat. The acrylic wash just kind of adds a whole other dimension. All right, I think I'm going to hold off on the wash and kind of see how this thing dries. And then I'll put another layer of, you know, thin wash if I have to. Probably a thin wash. Oh, I thought we were on the other view. There we go. This whole time, I forgot that I was putting it on this view. So, Silvio is asking when the next live show is. Então, Silvio, o próximo live vai ser segunda-feira, meio-dia, o meu tempo aqui em Filadélfia. Então, eu acho que vocês estão 2 horas mais adiante. Então, eu acho que é 2 horas em São Paulo, mas meio-dia aqui para mim. Mas, meio-dia. E vai ser na segunda-feira e a gente vai continuar com aquele projeto com as placas. A gente vai deixar esse projeto e continuar com aquele projeto de Natal. E a gente vai aprender a fazer música com aquele buzzer que eu tinha, que ele estava tocando. Ele estava fazendo aquele som muito chato, mas a gente vai fazer ele tocar música e a gente vai escrever música com código. All right, so we are going to be coding our favorite tunes. So there's still time to get on Discord and tell me what your favorite tune is, because I'm like downloading all the sheet music. We're going to read it together and write our song for, you know, for a little ornament, which is looking a little bit ugly right now. Kind of like the way this castle was. But hopefully when we are done with it on Wednesday, it will look more beauteous. Yeah, so I'm going to hide my face. So this is, come on, there we go. So this is what our castle ended up looking like. You can see that the ink wash is already seeping into those dark areas. And once it dries, the color will pop through, you know, because it's a very thin layer of pigment. You can see that our castle white areas are now nicely gray. But if you take a closer look, they do have like other little colors. So it's not just like a flat gray. So guys, I don't know. Other than the huts still look really bad. We gotta paint those. But for now, I'm thinking we kind of crushed this thing. You know, I'm gonna let this dry and then I'll attack the huts. Do kind of a lighter, maybe bone mixed with a brown, you know, just to kind of lighten it up a little bit. And it's gonna look super cool. Então, Silvio, agora a gente vai pintar, eu vou pintar esses negocinhos aqui, essas casinhas aqui, eu vou pintar eu mesma. Então é só pegar um marrom mais claro e fazer a mesma técnica. Dar bem de leve assim a tinta com um pincel quase seco. Aí você pinta e dá pra ver todos os detalhes. Mas você vê que aquela água suja, a minha água suja, agora você vê o espaço entre as pedras bem melhor agora. E todos buraquinhos e detalhes da pedra. E o que vai acontecer é que essa água preta vai naqueles lugares profundos e os lugares que são mais altos vai ficar mais colorido. Então tem bastante detalhe nesse. Você vê também a pedra mais cinza, a pedra branca que a gente pintou, ficou bonita e parece que combina mais com o resto dessa torre. No início estava parecendo que não estava nada se combinando, mas agora combina tudo. Você vê as janelinhas. Então ainda a gente tem um monte de coisa para fazer com esse projeto. Esse projeto geralmente eu faço ao vivo, sábado ou domingo, quase todo sábado e domingo é esse projeto. Aí segunda-feira e quarta-feira, meio-dia é o outro projeto. Então a gente vai voltar lá pro outro projeto enquanto isso daqui seca. Aí, se ele seca, ele fica muito escuro. Talvez eu vou olhar e eu vou pensar, não, ficou muito escuro. Aí você dá daquela cor de osso, aquele creme bem claro, dá nele de novo, pincel bem seco. Mas eu acho que eu tô gostando do jeito que tá ficando, eu acho que eu vou deixar assim mesmo. Então, so thanks you guys for joining me because again, I keep saying it, but it goes, I would say it goes without say, but it really, I always like to thank you guys because it's because of your direct support that we do this stuff and we do the cool Christmas ornaments and hopefully we keep pushing the limits of what we're comfortable doing because it's when you do that you really start to grow. It's, when you sit there doing the same thing over and over again, it's almost like you regress a little bit, I think, so I like to start each stream a little bit scared, a little bit not knowing if the thing is gonna turn out because that means that I know I'm pushing myself and I have you guys here and I'm hoping you guys are pushing yourself as well. So thanks for joining me this weekend and I will see you on Monday where we are going to resume with our buzzer, music composition. So get your music producer hats on. We are gonna write our first buzzer platinum hit. Oh, it's going platinum, people. Alright, Silvio, então tchau, Silvio. Eu gostei muito que você apareceu, você viu o projeto, deu teus comentários. Eu aprendi muita coisa de você, que nem você aprendeu coisa assim de mim. Então, eu vou ver todos vocês segunda-feira, meio-dia, meu tempo. Então, eu acho que é 2 horas no Brasil. Então, tchau, gente. Eu vou ver você depois. Alright, bye, everyone.